Hello once again, and welcome to the PokerStars Arena, which once again hosts the Sunday Million. In case you missed it, the SM is now a PKO. That means bounties on offer for every single player you knock out. Prize pool still guaranteed at $1 million. Buy-in is still $109. Close to 10,000 runners this week. 78 have come in to day two, competing for the first prize of $52,724 plus head prizes. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Maria Ho.
Hello.
Maria, great to have you back with us on stream. We'll catch up with you later. We need to get to our first feature table, guys, because we have got action on the very first hand of the night. An all-in 8s versus jacks, a domination situation, and an 11.6 million chip pot to Voita 555CZ, who came into play as chip leader and has now even more chips, close to 23 million. The second biggest stack being 16 million.
Pretty sizable
just
lead for this point.
Absolutely. And just to put it into context, this is Voita Skarlek, a Czech high-stakes online player. 4.1 million in total stars earnings and won a scoop earlier this year. Another all-in, King Jack versus King 10.
Wow.
And we get the rotation on the turn, or on the flop rather, that will see Old Gent KO'd. And already, just like that, we're down to 75 players. And I was just referencing that our chip leader, Voita, did win a 1K no-limit hold'em event in the Spring Championship of Online Poker this year. That was worth more than 100K, adding to his 4 million in stars earnings. And he goes to a flop here and flops a full house.
My
Must
goodness.
be nice.
I can tell how Maria's World Series was by how jealous she just was of
I
flopping a
know.
set.
I feel like you, Stapes. I resent everyone that runs slightly above average.
And at this point, we consider making one set to be above average.
So Von Baranov all in with the 8s. Voita with the decision with Queen 8. It's not a lot of chips to call, but not a great hand to call with. Average stack right now, 6.7 million. Blinds are 100,000, 200,000. And a reminder that Voita has a significant chip lead right now with close to 24 million chips.
You might want to avoid the chip leader.
And already, in the first 3 minutes of play, 5 eliminations, down to 73 players. Now, Maria, we referenced, it's been a while. Obviously, you've been in Vegas, you've been playing the World Series. So, since you were last with us, we've had the permanent change with the progressive knockout format now for the Sunday Million. And with that has come a slight change in the dynamic. We tend to lose more than half the field in the first hour. We normally get down to the last 2 tables after 2 hours, get to the final table pretty quickly, but then things tend to slow down. Not so that it becomes a grind, but the final table seems to be where most of the players at now.
Yeah, I think that's because, you know, earlier on the bounties are weighted more heavily, but once you get to that final table and you're really looking at that serious money, then, you know, a couple thousand here and there to knock somebody out if you're perhaps risking a third of your stack just doesn't look as enticing anymore. But I do know about this change because it was discussed at one of my tables during the World Series of Poker. People were like, how do we feel about, you know, everything just being a permanent PKO or a KO these days? And I don't know, there was a bit of a debate of whether or not people really love having this format as the main format that's just being played, you know, online in general, not just for the Sunday Million.
And I have mixed feelings about it because on the one hand, you know, I can be a bit of a purist sometimes when I look at poker. But on the other hand, you've got to let the customers decide. And if the demand is there for all of your major tournaments, if these games fill up when it follows this format, it makes sense to make the switch. And it's not like the Sunday Million has been immune to other changes over the years. It has evolved since its inception. You know, the buy-in reduced from 215 to 109. It went from being a one-day event to a two-day event. It went from being a freeze-out to having multiple re-entries. Again, all of this, not just because someone felt like it, but because that was meeting player demand. That's what the people who pay the buy-in wanted to play.
It's also, you know, you can still find other tournaments on PokerStars that aren't bounty tournaments. It just so happens that the one that they can meet the guarantee most often with is going to be a bounty.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think honestly for the ecosystem, it's better. It gives people more of a chance of, you know, maybe not necessarily making it into the money or making it really deep, but still getting their buy-in back and plus some just by knocking a few people out on the way. And that's always good.
Yeah. And the reality is, and I appreciate, guys, that we're seeing a lot of action very quickly there, and nearly saw Tony Mad Dog lose it all with a flush draw there, but fortunately not go all in on the turn, get to the river and be able to fold. The reality is, if you are going to have a weekly $1 million guaranteed MTT, it's got to be something that the most number of people want to play. And again, if you think about when the Sunday Million was born, 2006, what a different era for online poker. There were countries playing that no longer play, and also the world still played together. And that's an important thing to highlight, Joe, is that we've seen the breakup, as it were, of the online poker map. And that makes it harder to sustain something like this.
Yeah, it's you know, sometimes things evolve. I mean, most time when things evolve in nature and otherwise, it's for survival. And, you know, online poker has had to evolve because in order to survive.
Well, this
This
looks
is
like,
fun.
I know, 5-way pot to the flop.
Everybody misses. Who wants it more?
Usually I would tip my cap to the pre-flop aggressor for this one, which I believe is DGR. And we'll see if they want to continue with the ace high. A lot of the times, you know, in a multi-way situation, you will check some of your good ace highs because you imagine that somebody has some type of middling pair that's still going to continue. And also if you face a bet and a raise, then you'll just be able to get away. So you see both ace highs check it over to the button, and they also check.
So we are still 5-way on the turn. Do you think Tony is a mad dog?
Well, what kind of mad? English mad, American mad?
Oh, English mad. I mean,
Urban American
crazy.
mad. I was thinking mad like a lot of dog. Like he's mad dog.
Right, right. Just out of interest, Maria, what was the general consensus? Was it divided, or were most people for or against the change?
You know, it's funny. When the conversation started and it kind of turned into a bit of a debate, people were against it. But then by the time we were done, the consensus became what you mentioned, James, which is if that's what the people want, then you have to give them what they want, right? And we all understand that now. This has just become one of the most popular formats to play. And it's fine for most people. And again, as Stapes mentioned, there's other offerings. You know, it's not like every single tournament on the schedule is going to be this format. So I think overall people were okay with it from that sense.
You know what I usually say in those situations when I'm around for those discussions? It's start your own poker site then.
I mean, that's a very mature response, Joe. I'm very proud of you. I think in the same way that when it was a standard No Limit Hold'em MTT, we would have special editions that were PKOs. Now it's a permanent PKO. I would like it if every now and then, however infrequently it may be, we could do a special edition where it was an old school Sunday Million. And King 10 has to call here, but is way behind and is drawing dead on the turn, and that is going to be a double up for DJR to 13.6 million. But yeah, I would like it if from time to time we had a classic Sunday Million.
Yeah, and you know what? Why don't we add a couple levels in there? Make it a 3-day Sunday Million. just see how that
Well, the
works
anniversary
out.
normally is.
Ooh,
Whenever we
yeah,
run the Sunday
that's
Million
true.
anniversary, that normally goes the distance.
You can tell Maria didn't go as deep in the main as she wanted to with her trying to edit the structure of the Sunday Million.
I'm like, give me a chance. I just want to play a few more hands.
Well, this is Queen Jack versus Queen 9, and a domination situation in Based's favor.
Yeah, out of position. Just going to check call with second pair. No improvement for either player, though, so there's going to be a little bit of a value bet, pretty small sizing, and a quick call.
Oh, Tony, not going your way.
Okay, might be switching to the other type of mad now. That's kind of how it goes, right? You go from being the mad dog, like a lot of dog, to the angry dog, to the insane dog.
Well, Jack 10 way ahead here.
Yeah, it's a lot of hand, but doesn't get there with the flush draw. Can Wojta turn this into a bluff now? Decides not to.
Oh. Now, Let's Go is thinking, let's go. Don't.
But actually, what's going to happen is they're going to be like, let's go do something else besides play poker.
Or at least let's do something other than play day 2 of the Sunday Million, because there is near enough an 82% chance that we lose Let's Go here. Way behind with jacks against queens. Does not improve on the flop, turn, or river. And another bounty claimed by Wojta, who continues to build that chip lead. 31 million chips now for Wojta Skarlek. And the player with the second biggest stack, Hallemans, has got 19 mil. And it's unusual at this stage, with 65 players remaining, that we see someone with this big an advantage. But we will see that stack roller coaster. We will see that stack yo-yo. There is little to no chance that Wojta rides that chip lead to victory at this point.
I was going to go the other way with it. I'm like, we haven't seen that yet since the format change. We haven't seen someone just completely smash their way all the way to the final table. That's what I'm rooting for. No offense.
Oh, absolutely. No, I would love to see it. It's just highly unlikely.
Yeah.
And Wojta with the red target now. Wojta, the single biggest bounty in play, $1,300.
I mean, Sputard has a pretty good candidate to just shove against the button open. They have fold equity, and they have a suited king. I mean, you can certainly just call as well and proceed to the flop, but I feel like against the button open from the chip leader, you got to try to shut them out, but instead you let them flop top pair.
I mean, you could live up to your name here is about the only thing. You're only, just a call.
That's a bit of a light float out of position there.
I'm actually not a fan of this name at all. My cousin was Sputarded.
I feel like that's not PC, Stapes.
Wojta still with the best of it. A pot of 2 million, Spew with 2.7 behind, and folds the river, and Wojta up to 32 million now. 12 million ahead of the player in second place on the leaderboard, with 65 remaining in this week's Sunday Million. Kobe Yard with what looks like a hashtag fun fact. Wojtek was 5th at World Series of Poker 2016. Wojta Skarlek made the final table of the World Series in 2016?
Mm-hmm. Searching.
Nothing a quick Google search couldn't fix or confirm.
We got to give a shout out to our friends at the Hendon Mob.
I think our friend may be confused with Wojtek Rosicka, not
Yeah.
the player we're watching.
Turns out there's more than one Wojtek. From what I could tell, Wojtek Skalak has never played in America. Certainly no cashes.
Thank you for the research. We appreciate it.
They did get 6th in a PCA event in January 2017.
Meanwhile, blinds are 150,000, 300,000, which is not good news for Spew. Not great news for Tony Mad Dog either. And fours are still ahead for now.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities. 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, flush draw, but just gonna hit that over card now. I mean, pretty nice spot, I think, to just go for some value. Wow, big bet size, though. Trying to shut out any over cards.
Yeah. It's that classic, I think I have the best hand right now, and I just want to win the pot right now. Please fold. I know, because that's what I would do. Rancy flops best.
Yeah, probably best to fold the 4-3 suited on the button when you have the chip leader to your left in the small blind. I think that you definitely want to be wary of opening too wide when you have a big stack to your left.
Gordinio.
Ladies and gentlemen, and however you identify, the big blind special.
Absolutely.
Yes.
8s and 3s. Nothing will ever beat the charity event at PCA 2010 when Nelly was banging on about having the big blind special whilst on the button.
Oh my gosh, really? I must have missed that one, but that's got to be out on YouTube for sure. Just that
That's
one
either
clip, right?
incorrect or like galaxy brain level thinking. Like, no, I know, but it is a big blind special just in position.
I mean, the guy clearly cuts himself shaving every single day.
All the time.
Therefore, you kind of, that tells you what kind of person you're dealing with. King 10 opening here. It's based for life. 7s for Vojta. He flats and is still ahead with a pair of 7s. Also has a gut shot.
Pretty fun board to fire with 7s. Man, people peeling pretty loose against the chip leader. King
Yeah,
10
which
does pick up a gut shot here.
I mean, I don't mind some of these like loose peels and these floats against the chip leader, because if you imagine that the chip leader is going to be playing a lot of hands and, you know, they're not going to be connecting with the board as much because they're playing too loose, then yeah, I mean, you're going to have quite a bit of equity against most of their random hands. But
Oh, and
what are you going to do
unfortunately
now?
for Based for Life, they have just rivered top pair with a solid kicker and facing a bet of nearly 2.4 million. makes
him.
the call, and Vojta increases his chip lead. Has better than a 2-to-1 advantage over the player in second place. 34 million for Vojta. Second on the leaderboard right now is Aki Now Nenem from Brazil, who's got 15 million.
15 million. What a joke. Only 50 big blinds? Oh, lots of outs from not very good to tons of outs on the turn. Clubs. Nope, and they all miss. Everything misses. I know the feeling well.
I mean, but they should just be happy they got a free look, right? Sometimes you have so many outs and you can't even afford the price that it's going to cost you to see the river.
See,
That
I'm such a
feels worse.
pessimist. I can't even appreciate the free look. I'm just like, oh man, I should have semi-bluffed and not even gotten the river to miss the river. Oh, this dog's gonna be so mad. This dog's gonna be so mad if these aces get cracked.
I mean, this could potentially be a good double-up opportunity for Tony Mad Dog against the chip leader, and it's looking good. It's looking real good. It's looking super. And now this could be Denvlas's turn with aces against nines.
Just a raise. Okay, sure.
Yeah, but I have a feeling Vojta's going to 3-bet. At least you should be 3-betting this strong of a hand from the small blind against a button open. There it goes.
And this is not playing well into your narrative about Vojta riding that chip lead to victory.
No. No, it is not. Sniffy sniff, noticing all the nines are gone.
Although this board might save Vojta a couple of chips because the aces did elect to just call pre instead of 4-betting, which I like, by the way. Gotta keep all their bluffs in there, of course.
And Vojta checks the river. Denvlas looking at a pot of 7.1 million with 8.6 mil behind.
Yeah, definitely now that it's gone check turn and check river, it's safe to go for a value bet. I think Vojta has a hard time feeling like perhaps there's a king X in the buttons range here because they probably would have bet turn with that flush draw possible. So now it's just about, okay, what type of hands are they going to call my 3-bet pre-flop, call my bet on the flop, check back turn, and now bet on the river. It does feel like a weird line for someone to take as a bluff, but just can't help themselves. A little curious there.
Yeah. And Vojta drops down to 21 million and is now pretty much tied for first place on the leaderboard with Sinesio 96, another one of the Brazilian contingent, making a deep run in this week's Sunday Million. 55 players remaining, which means 23 KOs since the action started 24 minutes ago.
We had a stacked Brazilian final table last week.
Who are some of like the bigger names you guys feel like has been missing from the field because they were maybe out at the World Series the whole time? Anybody that you guys noticed?
Everyone. I mean, look, the reality is if
Everyone.
you're picking up the action with fewer than 100 players remaining from a starting field of 10,000,
Yeah.
normally in any given week there might be 2 or 3 at most names that we recognize from the kind of pool of online heroes. Haven't seen any of them in recent weeks, which makes me think that they're either running horribly or, more realistically, they were in Vegas for the World Series and are now taking a break from the online tables.
Yeah, we don't get more than 1 or 2 superstars, recognizable superstars, by the time we pick up the coverage anyway. But the last, couple of weeks and months has been fewer.
Faux show. 6 is still ahead here on a King 7-3 flop. Lex recently joined the table, has Jack high.
Lex Veldhouse?
Lex with an
Close.
I.
But not quite.
Average stack is now 9 million with 55 remaining. Tony Mad Dog's got the Spraggy, Ace-7 offsuit.
I don't think the series was too kind to Spraggy based on some of the tweets I saw. I didn't really play with him at all, but oh, it looks like he also forgot to get his payout as well, which
Yep.
that's a bit of a problem. His one payout, I think he
Right.
had 1 cash, he said.
Must be nice, though. It must be nice to not, to like just walk away without getting paid. Like, who does that?
Maybe if the trend has just been you've bricked literally everything, that you're just not used to taking that ticket to the cage and actually getting some money back.
I
Muscle
need that
memory.
money to get home that night.
You need that money for slots, Stace,
Yeah,
let's
that's true,
be
too.
honest.
Well, DGR gets there on the river. Not the flush draw, but the straight comes in. Tony with top pair, top kicker. But it is a straighty flushy board, and I'm not sure how keen Tony's going to be to throw in more than 2 million chips here.
Yeah, having the ace of spades is definitely interesting and could consider maybe getting a little out of line, a little spicy with that nut flush blocker, but I don't think we're going to see it here.
Oh! Tony makes the hero call. Ooh, and is now playing a sub-20 big blind stack, and blinds will be going up in 2 minutes.
James, this comment that you wrote on my tweet about the hot dog being in Europe is so funny. I'm just seeing it right now.
Well, now I have to look.
I've got a hot dog on my Edinburgh poster, and Veronica was saying that it's un-American because it's dry. And James is like, well, if you look at the picture, it's actually in Europe.
I mean, it's actually close to Australia, but if you look at the map as like 2 sides of the Atlantic, which is how I look
Right.
at it, it's on the
Right.
European side. The apple pie, which looks slightly more edible, is on the American side. Well, ace
Blind
high,
versus blind. Yep.
still with
Ace
the
high.
advantage.
Yeah, decides to just go for a little bit of protection there with what they believe was the best hand and took it down.
King Jack opening here. Gordinho. 9s for DGR. And that's a flat. And it is a king high flop. Advantage Gordinho.
Yeah, with just one overcard, though, I wouldn't be surprised to see them take one off with the nines here. You do proceed with quite a bit of caution because you are against an under the gun opening range off of 20 so bigs to start. So, of course, they certainly can have nines crushed sometimes in this spot.
And both players pick up the flush draw on the turn. No heart on the river. King's still good for Gordinho.
Bruno on YouTube is saying that Gordinho is little, fat, and Portuguese. Look at that little chonker, huh? Old cute little chonker over there, a can of tuna.
And it won't surprise you to learn that Gordinho is playing this evening from Brazil. Has 9 million chips now, around average, just shy of the average, which is 9.7 million. We're down to 51 players after 30 minutes of play. What we're looking at this week, 7,384 entries. That's unique players. And then 2,586 re-entries. 1,663 got paid. And right now, with 49 remaining, don't know where two players just went. With 49 remaining, everyone's locked up $458. There will be a money jump.
I can tell you where they went. The payout window.
47.
You can't skip it online, which is good news.
That is true. So a full house now for Denvlas, having flopped top set. Just a pair of fours for Gordinho.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. You could get kind of attached to a pair of fours here.
Yeah, Demless obviously hoping that their opponent has a 9x type hand in this situation. I mean, if they knew their exact hand, obviously they might just elect to check back and hope to reel them in a little bit more. But here,
Nice
hoping
fold.
that they have enough to call with.
Well, Vojta is the table chip leader, but Vojta is no longer the overall chip leader. Aki now Nenem from Brazil has 25.6 million. And Flip Flop 1717 from the UK has 25 million. So Vojta is now third on the leaderboard, having started day two as the biggest stack and started day two strong. Don asks, how do you learn how to pronounce all of these screen names? Don, we guess. And approximately 62% of the time, we're within the ballpark of what it's meant to be.
Also a guess.
I just wait to hear what James says, and then I say it exactly how James says it.
So much pressure. So everyone says, it's like, wait, but let him do it, and then we'll just copy what he does.
Sometimes I like to go with James, obviously, because I don't want to seem like I'm contradicting him. But sometimes I just like to make sure all our bases are covered, so at least one of us is getting it right.
I love that. So we could go with consistency, or we can just all take a punt and hope that one of us is nearly right.
Yeah, like when you go and you're like, you put 5 on red, I'll put 5 on black, and then it comes up green, everybody loses.
But it feels like no matter what, Grafton never ever follows the pronunciation that was set out before him.
No, Grafton does his own
way
thing.
off base.
But at least with Sam, there's a kind of logic to how he's saying the names. Griffin, on the other hand,
That's true.
Griffin's pronouncing the names as if half the letters are blacked out.
Both very nice looking hands here from the blinds.
And Rancy has made it 1.1, 3 betting out of the big. And now, I guess, pretty much an all-in or fold situation with King Jack.
Yeah, I mean, I think King Jack suited just looks so good. And if you don't want to find yourself in this type of situation, then, you could have just maybe shoved yourself. I mean, there's a couple different options, right? There's quite a few big blinds, but King Jack suited from the small is just a really, really pretty hand. You got to try to get to the flop somehow or take control of this hand. Just not really sure where
Yeah.
they're at, of course, though, at this point.
And makes
There we
the
go.
move. All in with King Jack. And Rancy, Queen Jack. If they call, they will be dominated. But folds and licks up to 9.2 million. Still 48 players remaining, so we are on that money jump right now. Oh, it's gone. 47 left. So everyone's now locked up. $589.56, plus, of course, any bounties that they've claimed yesterday and today.
James, remember how earlier I said that there wasn't much going on in YouTube chat that was worth reading?
Yes.
Well, now I have one. Jason says, let's all agree Joe has the best one-liners in all of poker commentary. You want to get your comment read? That's how you do it.
Oh, Tony may feel he's getting squeezed here, but Ace-8 is crushed by Ace-Jack. Tony folds, and Voigt has been moved off the table. Voigt has been moved to another table. So we'll stick with these guys for the time being. King 3 against King 9, and King 9 ahead and has the straight draw to boot.
Yeah, definitely. As the pre-flop aggressor, you want to just continue here with this equity. You want to make sure that you are able to deny your opponent any equity. Perhaps if they have like an ace-X type of hand, you would be able to get a fold out of them.
Let's go, Tone. Good luck.
Well, it's going to need that luck against Den Vlas's pocket tens. Just the one overcard, but spades.
Oh.
And wow. Case 10 on the turn, spade on the river. Tony knew he was still drawing live and got there. Now up to 8.5 million.
So brutal for Denvlas.
Yeah. Well, we may have lost.
Domination to nearly a flip.
Oh, yeah. Just going to say that Voiter, who got balanced off the table, has slipped further down the rankings. Has moved out of the top 5 now. Flip-Flop 1717 from the UK is the current chip leader with 27.5 million.
I hope you're happy, James.
I just basically went with the line of what was more likely mathematically.
Incredibly likely, yeah.
I trusted in science, Maria.
Well, now I know I'm doomed for Barcelona then because you put me on the rotation. It's all over. I might as well save my money. You know what? I'm not even going to play the main there. It's okay.
Do it, Maria. Prove me wrong. Embarrass me. Flaunt
try.
your talents.
Yep. Well, I definitely didn't run very well in Vegas, so I have to fly all the way to Barcelona to try to capture some run good.
I'm actually, I don't know what piece of... Uh-oh.
Tony all in with ace-3, dominated by ace-jack. 3 on the flop. And it's good. A domination rotation situation which sees Gordinho KO'd, eliminated in 43rd place. and cashes for $589.56 plus bounties, taking us down to 42.
So here's a way to not have one of your comments read ever again. You're good, Joe, but no one can beat Gabe at one-liners from high-stakes poker.
Well, no one can beat Gabe at one-liners from high-stakes poker. That's true. You can't beat Gabe at one-liners from high-stakes poker, Joe. You can't actually take issue with that comment.
I've already banned them. All right, maybe Denvlis is the new chosen one.
Yeah, certainly going to get a call out of this 10-9. It's too early to be folding with this type of board texture with top pair here. Of course, you're sometimes going to be up against an overpair. It's not that likely because they flatted the raise. So, you know, hands like queens, kings, aces are going to 3-bet pre. Jacks could go either way. Ooh,
Rancy, I'm so sorry.
this is rough.
This is rancid.
This is going to lose them a chunk.
I mean, I could say it's karma for picking that avatar, but that would be cruel.
Really small sizing here, so if they picked a bigger sizing, I was going to say Denvlis might not have gone all in against this sizing, but here they're just hoping that they have the 10x and it's not some type of blocker bet.
Wow.
What?
One hell of a fold right there from Rancy.
You guys, stop it. No.
That,
R
No,
as
no,
in
no.
Rancy.
No.
I appreciate that with all the cards revealed, and in that particular situation, that was a good fold. In a vacuum, Maria, that's a terrible fold, right?
Well, especially against the sizing that they took with trips, that sizing kind of looks like a blocker bet with a worse hand than trips. And so players will attack that sizing if they recognize that that type of sizing can sometimes be hands like 8s or 7s or something like that. And I don't know. I don't think I could get away from trips there if I lead with that sizing on the river.
Don't you think that... I agree with everything you just said, Maria, so this is not a contradiction of that. When you say flat, right? Like, oh, there's not going to be a lot of overpairs there because Denvlis flatted. I do think there's going to be a fair amount of dominating 10s, though, right? Even though you're blocking one of them, they're going to flat Jack 10, Queen 10, King 10, even Ace 10 sometimes.
They can't have a 10 because you've got a 10. Blockers, Joe, blockers.
No, and I mean, honestly, I think that a lot of it is player dependent. And I would say that the population pool that plays this tournament probably wouldn't be able to pick up on those nuances of the sizing and, you know, wouldn't go for it as a bluff, certainly. So, yeah, I think that generally speaking, it's probably going to be a good fold in this scenario. But if that was Steven Chidwick instead of Denvlis, like, I would be snap calling all day.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So Denvlis along with DGR are the two big stacks at this feature table. 42 players remaining right now. Overall chip leader is Flip Flop from the UK with 34 mil, continues to build a big stack. And Voigt is back, by the way. Have you noticed? Having been balanced off this table, Voigt has now been balanced back on it. Currently 7th in chips overall with 23 mil.
And what's cool is he didn't even circle the table a few times to miss the big blind.
I love when I see people do that at live tournaments. It's just like, we know exactly what they're doing. There was a player, a pro, who would just literally call the floor every time they saw somebody do that. Sometimes I just let it go because I'm like, whatever. But
isn't it kind of hard to prove?
Yes and no. I mean, some people make it a little more obvious than others. They're not as slick about it, you know. They literally, you see them looking up at the table number, looking down to see where the button is, and then just walking right past the table. So, I mean,
It's still hard to prove, though, because,
it is.
I mean, poker players are clearly very talented people, but sometimes they really don't do very well at basic life stuff, like going to where they're meant to go.
Where do I go?
Yeah. Nine-8 versus Ace-10, and it is the pair in the straight draw for Tony. Top for DGR.
How do we feel about this? Is a 9-8 offsuit call from the button. I don't know how I feel about that.
And it is the straight on the turn for Tony. No improvement for DGR on the river. And the blinds are up to 200,000, 400,000.
Nice try.
39 players now remaining. Cheglock says, James, has anyone ever told you look very similar to Christo Grozev, a Bulgarian investigative journalist? Funnily enough, no. And unfortunately, I've got far too much going on right now to start doing a Google image search. But if I make a note of that, I will investigate this investigative journalist later.
You know, that guy, Christoph Grozev, he's on my list of top 4 Bulgarian investigative journalists.
Good to know.
Yeah. He's currently number 3.
Who's number 1, Stapes?
Yakev Bergdorf. It's a constantly evolving list. There's such great work coming out of Bulgaria these days.
I like this question from Guardius. Love to take you guys behind the scenes on how these streams are put together. How do you look at stack sizes without spoiling? Is the lobby also on delay for you? Yes. The replayer software that recreates this tournament, that recreates the hands you're watching right now, is 100% delayed. So yes, all the lobby information we have as well is 30 minutes in the past. Well, thank you to StatTrick for doing his own investigative journalism and finding a picture of Christo Grotzev. I mean, I don't need to be flattered, but that is just bad as lookalikes go, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any resemblance whatsoever. Although Jez says, just Googled it. He does! Exclamation. What the heck?
I think Patrick puts it perfectly. What a terrible shout. And Patrick is not one to ever, ever blow smoke. Patrick will always tell me how it is.
He looks like someone else I know, but I can't place it. Definitely not you.
Huge pot here. 3-bet, 3 ways. King, queen suited against 7s and ace, jack. And the 7s flop a boat. Definitely have to be cagey with it, though. You can't. 3 ways. You got to let these people catch up. But you're really hoping that somebody flatted with some type of suited Broadway type hands that may have connected a little bit more. But as we can see, not much for the other 2 players.
I realized who he looks like.
Who?
He looks like the guy I co-wrote the comic book with.
Great. So you're comparing him to someone who none of us know.
Correct. I guess they look like someone.
He looks more like Andrew Lloyd Webber than I do. DGR hoping that Tony's got something solid here, but nope. DGR up to 31 million, third in chips overall. Flip-flop still number one. And 40 players have gone in the first 50 minutes. We started day two of this week's Sunday Million with 78. We're now down to 38. So the same narrative, Joe, as every other week. More than half the field going during the first session of the day.
I think we're finally starting to get into the enough of a sample size that if the pace of this goes the same way it has the last like 5 or 6 weeks, then we're probably going to be able to expect this week in and week out.
Yeah.
Pretty quick here, pretty slow once we get to the final table.
Yes. And as Maria was explaining earlier on, it does make sense when you consider the payouts at the final table, as advertised on screen below the table. Those payouts with strong ICM implications start to overshadow the bounties on offer, whereas at this stage, a lot of those bounties are just as big, if not bigger, than the current cash.
Big slicksum for Elixum.
Yeah, and we've had fours open. King, queen suited is flatted. Action back on the sailboats of Based for Life. And now on Denverless.
We've actually got a bunch of great comments right now on YouTube, James. One of them I think you'll have a strong opinion on. Is it wrong to say no to a date because Better Call Saul is on tonight?
I think that is a perfectly acceptable reason to say no.
Agree. Froscador wants to know, how many days did you guys spend reading names when creating the Stars winning moments?
Oh, wow. It was only me who had to do the names, right? You didn't have to do the names.
I did not have to do names or numbers.
Oh, man, don't get me started on the numbers. Set of 10s here for Voita. And the straight for Denverless. Oh, this is a cooler. This is a horrible situation for Voita. Board just got straight here on the turn.
Don't put the queen out there.
Yeah.
Someone deserves to get hurt here.
They might be considering checking. Okay, I was gonna say, I mean, that would have been impressive to not bet. I mean, even on a 4-liner, I feel like you still have to try to get some. Oh my God! What?
We have got quads for Voita, who now has the advantage. On a paired board, can Denverless get away from this straight?
I mean, it's not even the nut straight.
Right. I was just going to mention that. You're still going to lose to ace-queen. And, of course, when you think about the other possible hands that Voita would be willing to bet turn and river with, of course, sets that become full houses or quads in this instance is obviously very possible. Goes for about half pot here. I don't know.
Yeah. The side call from Denverless, who's down to 11 million. Voita back up over 30 million and back into second place on the leaderboard. Flip-flop still in charge, though, with 38 mil. So just to answer the question, I think it was about half a day reading the names. The numbers were significantly harder. Didn't have to do multiple takes, the names, thank heavens. By the way, we've got an all-in here. 10s against Queen 7 and 10s hold. That's a double up. But the numbers, the problem with the numbers, and this was about how much money people have won, is I went up too soon. I didn't realize how big the payouts were going to get. So, of course, you start off as, you won $100. You won $120, etc., etc. And once it started getting into the kind of like 5-figure scores, you won $50,000. But then you start getting into the six-figure scores. You won $100,000! And by the time we're in the millions, I was kind of like sounding like I was about to explode.
I wish you were like, I should have started lower. Lower energy.
Yeah. But then the problem is, it sounds like you're almost raining on someone's parade, right? He's won $100. Who cares? We have hit the first break in this week's Sunday Million. The first session in the books, and a significant number of players eliminated. We started with 78. We're down to 35. Start of day chip leader, Voiter, currently sits in 6th place. Flip-flop 1717 from the UK is the chip daddy right now with 37.5 million, and the action resuming inside of 5 minutes. We'll be back to the action and continue our cards up coverage of this week's tournament, playing down to a winner tonight. A chance for us to catch up with Maria, and we've referenced that you were in Vegas for the World Series. Maria, how long were you actually there? How many weeks, how many months were you out there?
I was there for 7.5 weeks, so nearly 2 months in the sweltering 120-degree heat of Vegas, which, by the way, in my apartment, the air conditioning was broken for a good week and a half, and I was not a happy person.
What did you do? Like, what did you have fans? What did you like? That's not livable.
Have you guys heard of a thing called a swamp cooler? Because I was advised to buy that when the AC was broken. So a swamp cooler, instead of a fan, which kind of blows hot air around, it takes the air in the room and it filters it back out as cold air, basically.
So like an air conditioner.
Kind of, but you don't need to plug it into, you don't need the whole like HVAC hookup or whatever those things are called, right? So that's what I used, but honestly, I could not sleep. I sleep super cold as it is. It's 65 degrees when I sleep. That's how low I have the AC turned down to. But in this situation, I was sleeping maybe 2 or 3 hours a night because of it. And I was thinking about getting a hotel room because I was like, this cannot be good for me to be playing poker, not sleeping. It's so incredibly hot and unbearable. It was not a good situation, guys.
I'm sorry to hear that. Now, remind me, when the World Series returned in 2021, when it was towards the end of the year, did you go to Vegas in November last year?
I did. And I played the whole series as well. You
played the whole series there as well? Because I was going to say, was this the first time back? But no, this was, I guess, the first time in the summer months for a while, and the first time at the new venue.
Yeah, and actually the new venue was really nice. Obviously,
also
Poker
didn't
Twitter,
have air conditioning.
Right? Poker Twitter was not too enthused originally when the announcement was made, but I think everybody seemed to be actually very pleasantly surprised by how smooth the transition was and how much nicer it felt. It just kind of elevated that feeling of, oh yeah, we're here at the World Series of Poker, and I think everybody really enjoyed playing at the Bally's Paris combination.
Okay, so post-pandemic, you've played the World Series twice, but you've yet to make an appearance on the EPT, but we did reference during the last session that you are coming to Barcelona, and while we do genuinely hope that you'll be a key part of our commentary team, you are going to be playing the main event, so that will be the first EPT you've played in probably 3 years?
Yeah, in a while, and I just can't wait to just get in there with all of those Euro heroes. They're some of the best players in the world right now. The Europeans are, in my opinion, better than a lot of the American players, and so they're going to be tough, but I'll battle.
Absolutely. So post-series, just been chilling, hanging out in LA?
Yeah, I've only been back for a week. It took me 3 days to get unpacked, and I slept for probably 10 or 12 hours the first couple of days, just catching up on my sleep. But yeah, now I'm back.
Maria, you said that fast food wrappers were piling up in your bedroom. Which ones?
I definitely had some Taco Bell, which I know Stapes is, personal fave of yours. I had Chick-fil-A, but I don't really like telling people I eat at Chick-fil-A because I want to boycott it in my heart, but I mean, it's just really good. What
Sounds
else?
like you want to
In-N-Out.
boycott it in your head, but it's your heart or your stomach that's keeping you going
You're
back.
right. You're right. You're right. You're right
It's
about
my butt
that.
that boycotts it.
But yeah, some people tweeted at me thinking that I was being serious though about leaving the wrappers under my bed. Like I obviously threw them away. I was just exaggerating, and people were like, "You are disgusting. You are a filthy human." And I'm like, "Okay, guys."
Again, because as we said, poker players, brilliant people, but they maybe have some habits that aren't great. And because you fall under the umbrella of being a poker player, it's not inconceivable that you weren't exaggerating.
That's true. I mean, to be fair, I feel like I've done it before, but because I was really hungover, I was probably still drunk. But no, in this case, I got up from my bed and put it in the trash can.
So we've still got a few weeks to go before Barcelona. I think you're going to be joining us on the Monday night live stream for a couple of weeks before then. Anything else planned, or is it just kind of literally just take some time away from poker before traveling again?
Actually, no, I'll be filming a poker cash game for Poker Go coming up, and I've got a couple of other things going on. But I won't be playing much, I don't think, until Barcelona.
Cool. Action is resuming in the Sunday Million. So, Joe, have yourself a break, grab yourself a hot dog, and Maria and I will return to the action in this week's Sunday Million at our same feature table. Blinds are 200,000, 400,000. 15-minute blind levels on day 2 of this MTT. And this is not going to work out well for anyone who takes on Based for Life right now. Oof. Rancy with a pair of 10s. No good. Leto, just following up on the conversation we were having, Maria, Leto asks, are there going to be satellites for EPT Barcelona on PokerStars? They have been running for some time, and I fear you've missed most of them.
Top set against second pair. Nice fold from second pair. Would have been a chunky amount for them to call, but still, sometimes people will still call one on the turn again and then wait to see what happens on the river. This could be trouble. Oh, wow.
Yeah, both ace, queen, and king, jack fold there. Meanwhile, everyone's trying to do the mathematical conversions and work out what temperatures Maria was talking about, as you are the only country in the world that still uses Fahrenheit.
I know, and I realize how stupid that is, but if I knew what the conversion was, I would just say the degrees in Celsius. I just don't.
Well, to be fair, this country, which is oh, hold on a second. We have the prospect of this pot being divided equally between the two players.
Oh, gosh.
Maria, I know you won't let me down. There's also a chance that this doesn't get to showdown.
That's true. No, now I think it might just go check, check.
The check from Demvlas. DGR. It's going to time out at this rate. Oh! Oh!
Oh!
And now it's all into call. Maybe this won't be a chop after all.
I'm not going to lie. I don't know if I was ready for it, so I feel like DG might have saved me here.
Hooray for DGR. For the longest possible time, the United Kingdom decided to try and keep its feet in both camps, and we did the weather in both. So whenever you see the weather on TV or get the weather on the radio, you'd always have Celsius and Fahrenheit. So for a long time, when I was working in commercial radio, I was used to doing both. So there are certain numbers I remember very clearly. So 1966, for example, which was the year of the World Cup. That's one which I remember very clearly. So when you said 65, I can immediately work out you're talking about 18 degrees Celsius, which is quite cool.
I'm not sure Ace Queen's going to want to call it off here for just shy of a 30 big blind effective shove. I think that's just a bit too much. 20 bigs, sure.
Let's do this.
Wow.
And jacks are holding post-flop, post-turn, and post-river. That's a double up for based for life. Yes, Hippie H, you're right. It used to be called centigrade. We would say 19 degrees centigrade, 66 Fahrenheit. And then finally, someone decided that we should move into the 21st century and just use Celsius. But again, I have to give credit. I can't criticize because you are consistent. You're imperial across the board. We have this really weird mix of both. Petrol sold in litres, but we still drive in miles.
Got a gut shot here up against second pair. Dembla still wanting to continue with the semi-bluff here, really hoping to shake hands exactly like what Wojciech has, you know, hoping that a hand like King Jack will fold to a second barrel, and they do. Gets it done.
And blinds are up to 250,000, 500,000. Radisek asks, average stack, please? Thank you for asking so nicely. 14.6 million is the average stack right now, with 34 players remaining. So we are playing just shy of a 30 big blind average, which is pretty standard. And we have the diamond draw here for DGR. Backdoor diamond draw for Wojciech. One-time chip leader. Currently sits 5th in chips. Flip-flop still in the catbird seat. Hi, Maria and James, says LaCorma with a picture of a burning house.
Wojciech pairs their 10 on the turn. Oh, 2 pairs now for DGR.
Yeah.
Had a lot of other outs, though, as well, but this one's a little sneaky. Overbet here, trying to rep the busted flush draw. I like the sizing here. There were 2 flush draws possible on the turn that both bricked.
And Ace 6 has opened. Ace 10 jams. Rancy on the short side, but this is not going to get called off by Ace 6. Rancy hovering around the 10 million mark. 20 bigs. $10-8 on the button. Ace Queen in the big.
Yeah, Devils has a type of stack size that they could just go ahead and shove here if they want, or they could 3-bet. I think it would be a little more clear as a shove if they were slightly shorter. You know, they had about 25 bigs, so they elected to 3-bet.
Spud989 says, I just appeared on the feature table. Hello past me. Yes, there you are, Spud, with Mr. Potato Head. And a huge bounty, more than $1,500.
hello past me. That's cute.
I like it. Remember, Spud, no spoilers.
Tens v jacks here with a jack and a 10 dead.
Come on, Spud, you can peel. However, it is a domination situation, and hearts don't help Spud. That is a double up for Lex. Spud down to 12 million, and that bounty of $1,500, that red target, is going to look appealing to the other players at this table.
Yeah, and this is definitely why it's important, especially in PKOs, to start on time, because having players covered is going to help massively in you accumulating those bounties. So obviously it's not the type of format that you want to super max late reg if you can help it.
Oh, the Spraggy, ace-7 off, all in. Voita rejams with 9s, way ahead. 7 on the flop. But brick, turn river, and that is the KO. A rep mass, and Voita claims a bounty, moves up to 29 million, sits third in chips. 30 players remaining now. I think it's a really good point, actually, Maria, because people think about the adjustments they need to make, for example, in the kind of in the PKO format. And the obvious one is factoring in the bounties and the equity of the bounties, etc., etc. But the fact that being there early to build up a stack, that's something I think a lot of people probably don't think about.
Yeah, and it definitely can't be understated. It just really cuts into your ROI and your EV if you late reg, because again, you need to have people covered. You need to accumulate a stack in order to have people covered. So obviously when you late reg, not only are you putting yourself at a disadvantage to do that, but you're also at a disadvantage because now you're coming in with a shallower stack, which makes your bounty more appealing, which gives you less fold equity.
Well, 8s are holding, but Lixom's got the nut flush draw on this paired board. Well, here's a little hashtag fun fact from Spud, who's currently sat at our feature table. I registered about 5 minutes into play yesterday. Within 15 minutes, had stacked aces with queens in a 4-bet pot, covered everyone for like 2 hours. And what an awesome position to be in.
Yeah. It's always fun when, like on a day 2 of a bounty tournament, you look at your table draw and you have everybody at your table covered. It's such a nice spot to be in. Wow. Going for the check raise here is going to get it done. I like it.
DGR now with aces.
Uh-oh, I hope Spud doesn't get into too much trouble here. If DGR 3 bets, then I think Spud could get away, but if DGR decides to just call from the big blind and slow play these aces,
which they do.
I can't help but root for Spud because he's in chat, you know? Like, how can I root against you? You're hanging out with us. I mean, this is just such a dry board. Granted, you know, the flush draw is out there, but you could still continue to slow play as DGR, but here they just decide to go for the check raise, and I don't know what Spud's gonna do. They only have 8.7 back.
I mean, that's a spade draw now on the turn.
Yeah, just under 1 SPR though, so DGR goes for kind of a smaller bet size here. And Spud gets away.
Yeah, and we'll be left with 7.3 million at the 500,000 big blind level. Blinds going up in 6 minutes time to 300, 600. 17 million is the average stack now. Fewer than 30 players remaining. Down to 4 tables. And we could have a race here. Ace, queen against eights. Although these are two of the biggest stacks.
Deuces gets involved.
Okay. Oh. Well, if Griffin Benja were here, he'd be banging on about ducks flying together or some other nonsense.
Pretty quick fold from the eights. Sometimes players might take one off with that type of board.
Ace, queen suited, and Spud is all in. No action.
Okay, so I know I'm a little late to the party, and I'm sure you guys probably talked about it already, but I, 2 days ago, watched Top Gun Maverick, and I've never seen the original, James, because you know I don't watch older movies, but it was just such a good time. It was probably one of the best. I haven't been to the movies a lot since the pandemic, but it just was one of the best kind of feel-good, fun movies I've seen in a long time, I felt like. Did you guys discuss this already?
We have discussed it. Did like it. We'll discuss it more in a moment, but I'm interested to see how this hand's going to play out because we've got King Jack suited for Rancy, the Ace 5 suited of DGR flats, and then you've got Spud in the small blind with jacks. Not to discount Voiter with deuces on the button.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a clear shove when it gets back to Spud, but with so much dead money, one of these players is probably going to look them up.
Huge bounty.
Yeah, huge bounty, but obviously I think if it's going to be Rancy that tries to go for it, you got to ISO, right? You can't really just call the 7 million without shutting any players behind you out. Will DGR be the one now with Ace 5 suited to do it?
And decides to reshove. Should point out a lot of dead hearts. But there are still 2 on the flop. Jack on the turn, the heart on the river. The set for Spud, and then somehow the flush draw gets there. And Spud is KO'd. And that sizable bounty is awarded to DGR, who now has 37.5 million chips. And the player from New Zealand has just taken the chip lead in this week's Sunday Million. It's interesting you haven't seen the original, Maria, because I don't think it's a very good film. And that's not something a lot of people like to hear because it's a childhood favorite for many people of my generation. But the reality is it's not a very good film. I think if you know the original, it makes the new film a slightly more rewarding experience. But I love the fact that you can come into it without that background and still enjoy a really well-made action film that had me staring at the screen going, how the hell did they do that for most of its 2-hour running time?
Yeah, I came home and actually Googled and read a ton of articles on how they filmed all of those scenes and the type of training they had to undergo because even though they didn't fly themselves, but just having to sit in a fighter jet basically and be, I don't know, spun around. It was crazy. Also, Miles Teller, I don't know why I didn't really know that much about him or his work, but I'm a huge Miles Teller fan now because of that movie.
Have you started watching The Offer on Paramount Plus?
No, but I saw that that's his new show right
Again,
now, right?
I would say that is not a show you should probably bother with unless you are familiar with the 2 Godfather movies, or at least the original Godfather film. You'll get much more out of it if you know The Godfather as a movie.
Okay, well, I might skip that. But the one that he kind of rose to fame with, the one where he played
Whiplash.
some drummer or something, yes.
Yeah.
I heard that was a great movie, so
It
maybe
was a
that's
great
where I'll
movie.
start.
It's a film that I have a very kind of personal connection with because, like, in my professional life, I worked for someone who was very similar to the J.K. Simmons character in the sense that they were a horrible bully, but at the same time got the absolute best out of people, and I had really mixed feelings about that person. And Whiplash really brought back a lot of strong memories of a period in my life. It's a good film, really good film.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm going to check it out.
Yeah, I was the same as you, by the way, Maria. I went into the film not knowing anything, and then when I got home, like, watched all the YouTube videos and looked into all the making of stuff, and I really enjoyed. I'm glad I didn't know that before going to see the film, because it blew me away in that regard. Whereas if I'm like, oh yeah, well, this was obviously filmed by doing X, Y, and Z, it's, you know, has less of an impact. So Vojta has a lock on it by the time we get to the turn.
Yeah, definitely going to pursue more value.
Blind v blind, Jack 4 versus 8 deuce. Monsters. Monsters, I tell you. Well, I mean, Vojta obviously had that great start to the day, Maria, then slipped a little bit, but has remained consistently a top 10 stack and is certainly managing to keep their head well above water.
Yeah, and, you know, there's DGR obviously sitting there with 38 million, but in terms of where they're sat, they're not going to get involved in a lot of pots.
Yeah.
It's not like they're to each other's direct left, or they're always, you know, in the small blind when DGR is in the big blind, because that could lead to a lot of clashes. So seat draw plus the way that they've been playing, pretty reasonable. I think they definitely have a pretty good shot to keep this going, but you never know.
Well, Rancy committed and now facing the shove. It's all in to call, and we're nowhere near a money jump. Goes for it. A domination situation. And that's a straight on board. Well, we get one, Maria. This is a chop pot. And you know what they say.
Everyone
loves a chop pot. Okay. Slower and with more intensity.
Okay.
Those are my notes.
I was just trying to make sure I got the timing right. That the first time we do it, back from a long hiatus.
Absolutely.
That's the thing I'm focused on.
I was ready for you. What I wasn't prepared for was just how quickly you were going to go at it. Just how that was like machine gun-like.
Okay, but sometimes you guys say I'm too slow. Like sometimes you say I draw it out towards the end. So I can't win.
Split the difference.
Wow, Tom is giving me the axe. Is that an axe? Is that for me?
I'm assuming that denotes that it's a chop. I think the axe is for chop. Don't worry.
Okay. It's like axe her from the stream.
Oh,
now.
Thank you to Statrick giving me the awesome Whiplash reference. Maria, not my tempo. So Marius makes it 1.2. Vojta makes it 3.3. Lixon with ace-king, all in. No call. No coin
What?
flippage.
That's a little surprising, but
See, if we're going to put a positive spin on it, Maria, Omar makes a valid point. Don't worry, Maria, you can only go up from here. Last week, the very first chop pot we had, Griffin and I nailed it. It was like perfect tens was the score from the audience. There was no way that we could ever replicate that. The only way was down, and sure enough, the next one, whether it was complacency, arrogance, it was terrible. It was a disaster. Whereas if you start bad and get better as the evening goes on, that's a story that people can believe in. That's the narrative that people want.
let me ask you, what's the timing like with Griffin? Is it different from mine? What have you worked out in that regard?
I think Griffin has nailed the melody. Not that there is much of one. I'm not basically saying that I'm, you know, Paul McCartney in my compositions. By the way, we got a royal flush draw here, and the King of Hearts is still live. Boring.
Super duper boring.
Griffin gets that it's dun 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 dun, not dun 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 dun, which is what we had just now.
I'm last wondering if they need to turn the ace high into a bluff, or should they show it down, but does end up winning it at showdown.
Yep. King, Queen suited for DGR. Ace 4 suited for Lixum. And there is a 4 on the flop. All clubs. So 2 eliminations away from being down to the final 3 tables already. And as we referenced earlier on, the way the Sunday Million has been playing in recent weeks, would not be surprised if by the time we get to the next break, in just over 25 minutes' time, we are down to the final 2 tables. And with top pair on the turn, DGR bets and is up to 40 million. DGR, by the way, now second in chips. The Brazilian player Aki Now Nenem has taken the #1 position with a stack of 45 million.
Lixum 3-betting here with the ace-king. I think that should get pretty quick fold from the king-10 offsuit.
I'm waiting for the follow-up from Bingo537, who writes, Maria Ho, ... So I'm expecting either a comment or a question directed at Maria to follow. Ah, anyone from London? Not sure how that connects, but...
Well, I'm not from London, in case that was for me.
I'd like to think that's relatively obvious.
Although I have been picking up a lot of your slang from how much I'm watching Love Island these days. And I love it. I love all of your sayings.
Please don't use Love Island as an example of
How you guys talk.
UK culture. There is one particular English word that Joe has adopted, which he absolutely loves, and that's comfy.
That's a good word.
King high flop. Top pair for Marius. And straight draw for Denvelis.
Denvelis decides to check after turning a good amount of equity. I mean, we can see that Marius wasn't going to fold on the turn to a bet, but now might they go for some value themselves? The flush draw possible, the straight draw coming in on the turn definitely wants to charge all of those draws.
Yeah.
Wow, and the check raise, I mean, Devlis, a little out of line here.
And gets the fold from top pair. Marius left with 10 big blinds and now has king-queen suited in the small. The spraggy for Voita, ace-7 in the big. There's the shove and the call. King-high flop, but there is a 7. But kings hold and Marius doubles up through Voita. And this might be the shortest we've seen Voita since the start of day 2. Voita now 17th in chips with 26 remaining.
Marius going for that small C bet with the ace high. Now Lixum has 2 pair and checks. I don't really think that Marius can continue to bet here, and they do check back.
Down to 25 players now. 1 elimination away from being 3 tables. As we see DGR, table chip leader, open with Queen Jack suited. Marius with 10s. King's on the button, but Lixum's not going to get any action here. At least I don't think Lixum's going to get any action. Jack 5 calls and does flop a flush draw. Is Jack 5 off a calling hand in the big blind?
I think that some people will call a late position open. I certainly wouldn't call an early position open with it. I think DGR is also just playing their stack a little bit and feeling like they might be able to push a button opening range around posts, but now they might get themselves in a bit of trouble here. Still way behind to the kings with the king of diamonds.
And you see new players coming in because we have got to the point where there are 3 tables of 8, 24 remaining in this week's Sunday Million. And if we're at 24, that means we're on a money jump. Next player out, $827. Make it to 23rd. You're guaranteed more than $1,150. Woohoo! Plus bounties, ob. Demblis has opened with queens. And then we get the virtual all-in from Rancy on the button with ace-10. There's the actual shove from Demblis, all in to call for Rancy, who might want to wait this out, hoping to guarantee themselves the ladder before putting the rest of their chips in. But Rancy is not folding. And Rancy just has to risk it. And flops a flush draw. And rivers it. 4 hearts on board. Rancy doubles up to more than 14 mil. Average stack right now is 20 million. I was just looking at Demblis. Down to 14. And this is what we were saying earlier on, Maria. You see these players build up these big stacks. You see these players among the top 5, but it's tough to hold on to that advantage. It's tough to stay chip leader in this format.
Especially, right, especially because the more chips you get, you might start getting a little trigger happy on calling for those bounties.
Yeah.
And not realizing that if it's going to be detrimental to your stack to call, that maybe you should be making some tighter folds in those spots. But
DGR opening with 6-5 of diamonds. Base for life flats with 9s on the button. And not a terrible board for 6-5 of diamonds. Straight draw, flush draw, 56% equity, hello.
yeah, 2 pretty big stacks here with hands that they're both going to want to continue with, clearly.
And there is the straight on the turn for DGR, which means based for life is drawing dead.
Yeah, even with an overpair to this board, it's certainly not looking too great for the 9s, and they do check back. Now this river might save them. Got the 4-liner plus the backdoor flush draw getting there.
The old straighty, flushy board. And a bet of 5.4 from DGR that gets called by the 9s. DGR gets paid off and retakes the chip lead with 49 million. And we are now playing 350,000, 700,000 blinds. Yeah, SC makes the correct observation. That was pretty much a snap call from Based for Life. No consideration of the possibility of their opponent having a straight or a flush or having any kind of combination that beats 9s. Hello to Wasmis. First hand we've seen them play at the feature table and hasn't really connected. Queen high is still the best hand.
Yeah, fairly easy c-bet spot for this Jack 10 of diamonds. Obviously, if their opponent had a strong ace, all of the best kind of hands that connect with this board, they probably would have gone all in with their stack size pre-flop.
So average nearly 21 million, big blind 700k. Yep, 30 big blind average. We're on pace, as it were. Like some raising from the big blind with ace-7 offsuit. And the fold from Queen 5. Waiter still at the feature table, opening with ace-3, Rancy with jack-8. And flops best with a pair of 8s. And the straight draw. A bet. And a fold. Oh, I see ace-king for Marius. I see nines for Lixum. Been a while since we had a classic race, Maria.
Yeah, and certainly I think Lixum will ISO here with a 3-bet and then call it off to Marius's shove. I don't see DGR being able to continue against a 3-bet with the ace-jack. Ah, just a flat from Lixum, though, opens the door. Could DGR perhaps want to squeeze in this spot because of the action, all of the dead money, or will they just call?
Wouldn't blame them. And yes, there's the squeeze, re-raising to 7 million. If Marius now shoves with ace-king, puts Lixum in a tough spot, nines may have to fold.
Yeah, and then actually that'll just be a really good result for Marius to
Absolutely.
be up against a hand that they dominate instead of flipping.
DGR has to call and flops top pair. Domination rotation. And Marius is KO'd by DGR, who now has a huge chip lead with 23 remaining, 63 million chips, and they are the bounty boss as well. They have the red target, and they are worth more than $2,300, although that bounty can't be claimed by anyone right now because DGR has the rest of the field covered. MechMortal007 says, I'm new here. Welcome, MechMortal. Good to have you. King's all in. Base for life survives. We like new people, and we're happy to answer your questions.
A 9 offsuit from the small, really putting a lot of pressure on the big blind, who does call with 8 deuce suited.
So DGR, as we've established, has nearly 63 million. The second biggest stack right now is Aki Now Nanem from Brazil, who's got 45 million. So near enough 20 million chips ahead of the player who sits in second place. And with Haloms going out in 23rd, we are down to 22 right now. Low Bademo matchmaking. James, 1 out of 10 Shawshank Redemption. Is that your score of the Shawshank Redemption? Or
No.
are you saying that I would score it 1 out of 10? I'd give it higher than 1 out of 10. I think it's an overrated film, but it's still a very good film.
I think I judge anybody who gives Shawshank Redemption less than an 8.
I would probably give it a 7.5, but my scores are very, very harsh.
I know you're tough to please with the movies, but
I
don't know,
said
I
it
think it's
on a
worth an
recent
8.
stream, and it's one of those controversial opinions. I actually prefer the Green Mile to the Shawshank Redemption. Of the Stephen King stories adapted into prison movies by Frank Darabont, I prefer Green Mile.
I've never watched Green Mile, so I wouldn't be able to agree or disagree with that.
But again, just to be clear, I think Shawshank is a very good film. I just think, unfortunately, too many people have put it on a pedestal as the greatest film of all time, and it's a long way from that. It can be your personal favourite film. I have no problem with that. Anything can be anyone's favourite film. It's not the greatest film ever made.
But all of the actors in Shawshank are just tremendous. I mean, everybody's performance in that movie was spectacular.
It's a solid cast, for sure.
Going to be tough for Wasmus to continue with this flop. Does have some backdoor possibilities, but their stack size is a little too shallow, I think, to really continue.
Oh, Voita with ace-king. DGR, the chip leader, with the snowmen's num-num. And
yeah, could this be the end?
Well, this could be the start of the comeback for the start of day chip leader, or it could be yet more destruction caused by DGR. Here we go. Oh, 8 on the flop. No sweat on the turn. And Voita, that is Voita Skalek from the Czech Republic, eliminated in 21st place. Another bounty claimed by DGR. The New Zealand player now has 72 mil and is worth 3K.
Yeah, unfortunately, DGR is just running a little too hot right now. Can't be stopped. Don't want to get into a coin flip or even a dominating situation against that person.
Correct. Okay.
Oh,
Wasmus
lot of
opens with
fireworks.
jacks. Licks them all in with ace-9. The ace-queen for Rancy. It's all in to call.
Yeah, that makes it tough, but it is button versus small blind. And you've got ace-queen in the big blind. I like it. I like that they're going for it. Against those ranges, you can't be doing too badly.
And I guess jacks.
I mean, certainly jacks has to go with it. I mean, they don't love it anymore, but they have to go with it.
They have to. 9 high flop, and that's significant for the side pot. So that's a domination rotation situation in Lixum's favor. So Wasmus wins the main pot, but it's Lixum who eliminates Rancy, getting lucky with that 9, and Rancy KO'd in 20th. So that leaves us with 19 players, and we are on track to get to 2 tables. If not by the time we hit the next break, well, certainly within the next 15 or 20 minutes of play. 3 more eliminations and we'll be down to 16. Blind v blind.
Case for electing to just limp in.
After that whole Shawshank interlude, a lot of movie chat going on, and I'm just going to leave them to it, but there is one thing I'm going to highlight, and I've told this story before. Christopher Nolan's movies have come up in conversation, and his movie Memento with Guy Pearce opened when I was still a film critic and doing interviews on the junket circuit, and I interviewed Christopher Nolan about that film in 2001, I want to say. Well, maybe it was 2000. Anyway, I'm sure I wasn't the only person to suggest this, but I like to take credit for it. The whole gimmick is the wrong word. The whole concept of Memento is the film is told backwards. The story evolves backwards with the scenes being placed in the reverse chronological order. And I said to Christopher Nolan during the interview, we obviously have this new technology, DVD, where movies are divided into scenes, and it would be possible as a special feature for the DVD to play the movie in chronological order. And he took out a notebook, Maria, and he wrote down a note. And when the DVD came out, it had that feature. So I like to think that it was my idea and I made it happen.
I think you did make it happen. I feel like that was an excellent idea that it sounds like he didn't have at the time.
I know a lot of people get starstruck. I always preferred interviewing directors to actors because I got so much more out of it. And I just loved talking movies with Christopher Nolan for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And I didn't know at that point, because here he was releasing the small independent movie Memento. I did not know he was going to go on to be the powerhouse that he's become, one of the most important directors in Hollywood. But more than anything, I thought he was talented. His knowledge of cinema was fantastic, and yeah, it's one of my highlights from my film reporting days, interviewing Christopher Nolan.
That's an awesome story. You're not going to like that I haven't watched Memento, though. Now, I guess, is the time to tell you that.
That's fine. That's fine. In a way, I envy you, Maria, because you've got so much to watch and so much to catch up on, and I can give you a list, and I will judge you if you fail to do your homework.
I know I'm scared to ask for a list, though, because I know I'll have a lot of homework.
So we've got two players with top pair. Lixum folded second pair, and Wasmis has kicker problems. We are on the verge of being down to 2 tables, by the way. 17 remaining.
Yeah, I think King Queen strong enough to continue to go for value, but does end up checking back. This just feels like a 3-street hand, depending on the run out. When you are on the button with King Queen and you get a call from the small blind, they're gonna have a lot of these worse king type hands, like the King Jack, the King 10, perhaps like the King 9 suited, those type of hands, and of course all of the Jack X's that are Broadway as well. So does still get that river value, but could have gone for another street, I think, on the turn.
Well, blinds have just gone to 400,000, 800,000, putting the pressure on the short stacks. Might not be too long until we are down to 16, down to our final 2 tables in this week's Sunday Million. Hippie H asked, is it good to watch a favorite film with someone who's watching it for the first time? I think it depends on the individuals, honestly. You don't want, if you're the person watching a film for the first time, you don't want some annoying idiot there going, oh, this bit's great, or pay attention, this bit's really important. And equally, it's really a lot of pressure for the person watching the film for the first time if they're being watched, if their reaction is being judged, if the person who knows that movie is treating it with such reverence that they won't let the first time viewer be comfortable in any way. You got to be comfy when you watch a movie for the first time. What's happening here, Maria?
Well, it looks like DGR, it went check, check on the flop, and DGR went for some value on the turn when Dembliss did turn a pair of 7s. And now going for a really tiny value bet. Again, just one of those situations where Dembliss has an interesting hand. See, this is what I was talking about. When you go for that sizing on the river, it'll get attacked a lot because it looks like a blocker bet. It looks like you have weak value. And when you have something like the nut blocker, that is a good spot to take. So props to Dembliss for noticing that spot and taking it.
Six, 7 in the small blind for the chip leader, DGR Poker. And Queen Deuce, base for life, getting frisky. And gets a fold. Queen 4 opens to 1.6 million. Denvlis in the small blind with ace-8 suited. The sheep 12 in the big with jack 10 suited. There's a flat from Denvlis. And you'll notice we've just been joined by some new players, because on what looks like it will be the last hand of this session, we have got down to 16. Tony Mad Dog is real mad right now. He's just been KO'd in 17th place, and we have 16 remaining. Final 2 tables in this week's Sunday Million.
DGR again, just trying to play some power poker, betting this gut shot. Don't know if Denvlis can really continue with the sheep behind them to act, and obviously not going to go anywhere with that pair and straight draw.
If you're the sheep, you don't want to make a bad fold here.
Yuck, yuck, yuck. Wow, sizing up now on the turn, gets rid of the sheep with the best hand.
And that is going to take us to the break. So confirmation that we did just get down to the final 2 tables. 16 remain in this week's Sunday Million. And right now it is DGR Poker, who has been on our feature table since the start of the day, who has the chip lead, 72 million, chasing a first prize this week of $52,724, plus of course head prizes, bounties being an important part of the prize in any PKO. Let's bring Mr. Stapleton back into the mix. And guys, it is a very exciting time. I need to press this button because registration's open. If you are a PokerStars player, we are giving you the opportunity to win a Sunday Million ticket. If you want to play in next week's Sunday Million, the top 100 players in this free roll are going to get a $109 ticket to the Sunday Million. And if you finish in the 250 spots above that, so what is that, 101st place to 350th, you're going to get an $11 ticket to the road to Sunday Million. Be careful what I say there. Don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. Don't want people to hold me to checks that I can't cash. An $11 ticket to the road to Sunday Million satellite for anyone who finishes in that position. But remember, the top 100 do get $109 tickets to the Sunday Million. Joe, I'm hoping you can help me translate and or figure out a question I've been asked by a member of our audience.
I'll do my best.
Okay, Maria, if you have any insight, you're welcome to chip in here. K. Meisel says, James, are you dreading the day after Thanksgiving when the USA waxes England? What the hell is that about?
Is it a sports reference? Is there like a big soccer game or something on the Friday after American Thanksgiving?
I don't follow the sport. How the hell would I know?
Waxes. I don't know. Maybe it's a hair removal thing. Oh, the World Cup, says K. Myself.
Oh. Okay, well, number one, I'd forgotten about the World Cup. Number two, yes, it's going to be in the winter months because it's so bloody hot in the desert, where they're holding the tournament. Number three, I don't care. So, thank you for your question.
Yeah, I got to go with James on this one. I don't like sports at all. I like soccer even less. And I'm not a huge fan of the whole Qatar situation. So I'm probably out on that one as well.
Yeah. By the way, if you're coming into the stream and asking for the password, I would urge you to open your eyes and I would urge you to direct them to the space above our heads. And the information is on screen right now. It is a password very, very relevant to the PKO format because, of course, players do have a target on them because you knock someone out, you win a bounty. And right now, the red target is with DGR. So, Joe, at the start of the day, It looked like it was going to be Voita's tournament. He's now gone. He's been KO'd. Maria, do you have a good feeling about DGR? Or again, is it just too early to say? You've seen the swings in the stacks, right? You've seen how this thing is progressing.
Yes, but I feel like DGR is going to at least make the final table. That's my prediction. I don't know what's going to happen from there. But they've been running pretty well, which was something that I feel like Voita was missing. They didn't run well in the last couple of big confrontations they had, but DGR has really just been steamrolling and getting it in with the worst of it and winning, getting it in with the best of it and winning, and that's a good recipe for going deep.
Obviously, Joe, you'll see what unfolds in the next 60 minutes. What have you done during the last hour? There was a lot of speculation. Viewers suggesting that not eating hot dogs, but maybe just eating relish. And as much as I'd love to dismiss these rumors, you have been known to consume nothing but condiments in your time.
Yeah, no, I don't want to disappoint everybody, but I just had some leftover Mediterranean food, some chicken shawarma, a little piece of pita, some hummus. You know, a little on the healthier side for me. Not going to say that that stuff's particularly healthy, but for me, it's probably better than cramming 3 hot dogs down my gullet.
Absolutely. So just a reminder, everyone, that if you want to play the free roll, registration is open now. I think it's got about 10 minutes of late registration, so you've got until quarter to the hour. You've got until 45 minutes past the hour, whichever way you want to look at it, to get into the game. If you are a PokerStars player, and also, classic caveat, not available in all markets. If you can't find the free roll in the lobby, chances are you're not allowed to play, but we'll keep that password on the screen for as much time as possible, as I hand things over to Joe and Maria to call the action in this week's Sunday Million.
All right, my babies. Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho, Sunday Million, Day 2, final 2 tables, following the action of our old friend Denvlas and chip leader DGR Poke Hair. Maria, I'm totally fine for... Ooh, we got the sourdough suited right here.
Yeah.
Free betting.
Going to be a hand where it's going to do pretty well if you get called because of the suited and the connectedness and that ace blocker. But if you get a fold here, then obviously it's a really, really nice hand to 3-bet and pick up all that dead money. Here with the ace queen, though, don't think they're going to go down without a fight, especially with just about 23 bigs.
And that is for all of it. Gets the job done. Pocket queens for flip flop. Ace jack for the sheep. 1-2. $1.6 the initial raise. A flip flop are 2 things that happen in poker. There's flips and there's flops. And most flips are 1 on flops.
That's true. Statistically, yes.
The sheep with a decision for most of their chips. $1,100 bounty does make the call. Jack on the turn is not going to be enough. Double up flip flop. So current payouts, we got 16 players left, which means current payout is $1,600. So, you know, winning that $1,100 bounty is as good as finishing basically in 18th place in this event.
Yeah, certainly the bounties are still very valuable to go after, but within reason, right? I think you're approaching the final table, you're approaching those big payouts where you do want to be able to preserve your stack size to a certain extent. You're not really trying to go for $1,000 bounty while risking 2/3 of your stack. If you have about an average stack, you know, that could definitely take you a lot further to just try to play some smaller pots and chip up as you approach.
DGR says we're going to see all 5 cards if I'm going to play this hand. Once again, going to need to spike an ace. Once again, the big pocket pair holds double up for the sheep 12.
It's that commentator broom I rode saying that DGR's winning when they're getting it in with the worst of it.
This is a good question here from HMJ. Has all prior beef been settled between Maria and Joe, or does Joe still owe any apologies? I don't think I owe an apology, but I do still owe dinner, right?
You definitely owe a dinner. And we didn't get to go in Vegas during the World Series because you were very busy the few times you came into town, as was I.
I only came into town the one time, but yeah, the week I
No,
was
you
there.
came twice. You came really early at the start of the series as well, no? I'm sure you did.
I think technically I left before it started.
Okay.
But
Well,
yeah,
I was out
sure
there
enough.
already.
Not to split hairs. But the week I was there was one of the most stressful weeks of my life. I don't think I ate dinner even one time that week.
Oh, but I did get to see you.
Yes.
Very briefly.
And you paid.
And I paid. You know, Stapes, you always seem to get one over on me.
I mean, you had just cash for like $150,000 in a poker tournament. It was the only reason I let that happen.
Well, yeah, and there were a lot of other people there as well. If it was just you and me, heads up, obviously, I'm sure you would have been willing to pay and settle that bet.
Yeah, plus also, like, Maria's friends have expensive taste. If it was my friends, I could afford it because they're all easy, but Maria's got a couple of friends that live the high life. So I do still owe you dinner. Not going to be able to happen in Barcelona. That's not going to work.
Okay, yeah, and it's a dinner. I was going to say maybe you could just buy me breakfast in Barcelona, but no, I don't think. I won't accept that.
Breakfast, first of all, too cheap. Second of all, free in whatever hotel we're going to be staying in probably.
True.
And third of all, who gets up in time for breakfast when we're working on these trips?
Also true.
Alex, MFNB opening Jack-9 suited. Denvlis 3-betting from the button with Ace-10 off. It feels like a relatively short stack to be 3-betting this particular hand, but maybe, I don't know, talk to me.
Yeah, I mean, no, I would agree with that, and ends up getting the call from Jack-9 suited. I think the price was just a little too attractive for them. But yeah, I mean, a lot of times players won't really have 3-bet bluffs off of that stack size, and I feel like Ace-10 offsuit is, while it's a good hand, is not really going to be in the 3-bet value range for most. So this is going to be interesting, though. Double gutter.
Yeah, I don't know how you call pre-flop a fold on the flop. King on the turn. Mano Jack says, I believe that buying breakfast has an alternate meaning. I believe that that alternate meaning is you banned. Thank you for your comment. 1.2 million from Denvlis.
Yeah, just such a tiny, tiny bet relative to the pot. Really great odds if you feel like you're drawing live and you're not up against a boat already.
3 pairs for Denvlis. Good at showdown. Somewhat easy shove here. And 2-5. I know you're supposed to say deuce, but with a hand that bad, it's 2-5. Uh-oh. 2 of the bigger stacks at the table. No, I guess they're medium stacks. But significant chips here are about to pile it in pre-flop.
Yeah, no getting away for about 30 bigs, effective as the queens.
Free roll registration still open another 5 minutes as we do get it in pre-flop. Aces doing well, need to fade the queen and do double up for flip-flop. That's going to put Denvlis and their bounty in the extreme danger zone, just 2 big blinds.
Yeah, and everybody can sense blood in the water when you have bounties on the line and it's only 2 bigs. But it's also a nice spot where sometimes you'll just quadruple up, right? Because if nobody ISOs, you're going to get quite a few
No, that's
callers.
never happened. Not to me. Ace jack under the gun for based for life. 4 minutes left to register for the free roll. Password on screen. Maria, so the reason I was in Las Vegas for that week was I was performing at the Brad Garrett Comedy Club, and I just want to let you know that Brad just emailed me moments ago and said that he is a big fan of watching you play poker.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah.
How lovely. Well, please tell Brad that I'm a big fan of watching anything that he does, whether it's a comedy show, whether it's on TV. Let him know. The feeling is mutual.
He also told me never to email him again, so you might have to pass along that message yourself. All right, Maria, so on a scale of... Hold on a second. Denvlis AFK, hopefully, and not going to shove under the gun with 5-4 off.
Yeah, I mean,
Whoops.
I kind of feel like 5-4 is just such a weak hand that you just statistically will be dealt a better hand next hand in the big blind.
Yeah.
But I guess they just want to go for it here. They will get some protection, I'm assuming, from DGR, who has a good enough hand to at least call with here, but perhaps just wanting to get it heads up with that bounty on the line. Yes, does.
I mean, that's not a terrible scenario. Oh, but that was a pretty tough one to win once the 7 hit on the turn. Denvlis eliminated. 16th place, $1,600. All right, Maria, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much am I going to regret missing your little home game last night?
It was pretty fun, I'm not going to lie. The group was just the right vibe, and everybody was having a good time. And the game kind of got a little bigger than what people expected, but in a fun way. You know, there was double straddle, triple straddle, super duper quadruple straddle. It was loose. It was fun. It was a really, really good time.
Did any famous Hollywood directors discover anyone at the game?
No, but there was somebody there that wrote some of the most well-known musicals, and there was a lot of auditioning at the poker table.
Okay, good. I'm not so. That's one of the few things that I don't feel the need to get involved in, musicals. 1 minute left to register for the free roll. Password on screen. If you can't find it, probably not available in your neck of the woods.
Like, one hand, David Allen Greer was all in, and he was like, I'm all in. And there's just like vibrato everywhere. It's
Was Lin-Manuel Miranda playing in your poker game?
No, but
Okay.
I would have loved to meet Lin-Manuel.
Jack 10 versus King Trey, and Jack 10 taking a stab here. Not a lot of reason for King Trey of clubs to stick around. SE174 asks, Stapes, do you enjoy commentating poker or playing more? Look, I love being asked questions. I love talking about myself. So I'm going to try to answer this as kindly as possible, but which do you like more? Working or playing a game? Which of those which of those two things?
I thought
you
you were
had a-
going to pose the question of, what do you like more, making money or losing money?
All right, fair enough. I mean, I like the result of my poker commentary more than the result of my poker. But while it's happening, I would much rather be sitting at a poker table getting drunk at Maria's house to the point where Beth Hall has to drive me home than working here sober. Licks him. All in. It's Jack 9 to fold. So two big bounties at this. Excuse me, three. Wow, a huge bounty for DGR Poker. Pocket queens for based. Doesn't base for life kind of look like base DILF? Aces for the sheep.
Yeah, and off of 10 bigs, it's like, do you just raise at the risk of it looking maybe a little suspicious because it looks so strong off of, you know, a 10 or sub 10 big blind
Yeah.
type stack? But if you shove, you also don't want to ruin your action. But at the same time, the good part about PKOs, though, of course, is when you shove, people will still call lighter because of that bounty that they could potentially win. So, you know, here
Yeah.
DGR with fives could just decide to put it in, even though it looks like the sheep has a strong hand here a lot of the time.
Money does go in. 2, 3, 4, 5 is still safe for pocket aces. The sheep up to 22 million. Queen suited for Wazmis with 9.992 big blinds. Gets it through. Jack 10 under the gun for flip flop. No thanks. Wazmis, Queen Jack suited for 12.242928 big blinds. There is the shove. Gonna run right smack dab into base DILF.
Still.
No diamond, that's it. Pretty much dead on the flop. Absolutely dead on the turn. Wazmis out of here. 15th place, 1,600 bucks. I think we're nosing around another pay jump. Yep, the next player eliminated will be the last player to make 1,600. Eight, 9 of diamonds on the button for base. Mike P on YouTube asks, what is this? This is poker. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, just too many chips for anyone to call with these particular holdings.
And the sheep gets that one through. I can't believe this player named themselves after the bad guy from Casino Royale. Le Sheep with the bleeding eye towel. Beast and Bieber. That's cute. Welcome to the table. 36 million, 14 players remaining. Ace-8 suited under the gun. One hand to raise, call it off against a short stack. Try to get a bounty. You're already pot committed.
Yeah, and even though DGR has a huge stack, they really haven't gotten too out of line with their opens. They've all been relatively reasonable.
This person's name is Beast and Bieber, and is their avatar a mashup of Mr. Beast and Justin Bieber?
I see the Bieber. I don't know if I see the Beast.
I think I
can't
see
really
the Beast,
tell
but
right
not
now.
the Bieber.
Huh. It's like one of those things. Is the dress green or blue?
Yanni or Laurel? Folds around to Alex and on the button. 21.339202. Big blinds.
I kind of feel like James does the commentary rotation so that the human calculator is here for this blind level. He wants you to play to your strengths, you know?
I do like being able to show off my math skills, my brains.
Yeah, you're not just a pretty face, Dabes, clearly.
Jack Deuce continuing pretty big here. It's going to be tough for base to get away from this.
Yeah, and we see DGR pressuring a lot of different stack sizes and a lot of different flop textures, but here just not able to get their opponent off of the nut flush draw.
Dolkin asks, Maria and Joe, if you could both change anything in poker right now for the better, what would it be and why? I would make it so that viewers ask better questions. That's my change.
Well, mine would be probably just more accountability for cheaters and scammers. I mean, I don't want to go into this too much, but it really irked me to see some of these people show up at the World Series of Poker and play no shame, sitting down at tables, taking money out of the community when they've been caught doing very illegitimate things that are not only bad for poker as a whole, but obviously detrimental to the legitimacy of the game. And I don't know. I said I wasn't going to go on and on, so I think I'll just stop there.
Can I change my answer to what Maria said? Actually, I like X-Seeb's answer here. Make the U.S. change their laws about online poker. It's probably a big one.
That is a big one.
Don't worry, Dolkin. I was just taking an opportunity. You gave me an opening. You're fine. Your question was fine.
And now I'm triggered. I gotta breathe.
Top pair for the sheep who did not 3-bet.
Yeah, definitely a little under-repped here, and it's the type of board that DGR, as the pre-flop aggressor, is going to attack.
Yeah, it's a little slow play trappy trap from the sheep. Let's see how much we can get out of DGR just by letting them do all the work. Kind of like when you lay on your back and you just let them be on top. You're just like, I'm going to see you do the work. Okay, that's over now. She may have to value bet this, might have to put a little effort in. Matador asks, what's your opinion about bots in online poker? They're bad. Thank you for your question. See, my wish for better questions has gone nowhere. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, does go for the bluff, perhaps because they have the 10 in their hand, can rep Jack 10. But of course, you've just got to call as the sheep. Again, you also have a Jack, which blocks Broadway. But considering this hand went check, check on the turn, I feel like you're just going to be check calling here.
James Hardigan in chat reminding me that there was a recent episode of Poker in the Ears, our podcast, which discuss bots and cheaters and some of the ways in which we at PokerStars attempt to solve those problems. It's a little bit easier when everything is self-contained on PokerStars to take care of that stuff as opposed to the sorts of things Maria's talking about. There's all kinds of tours and different sites and yada yada. So it's but it was a very interesting episode, and you can tell that the person they interviewed, James interviewed, was very important because I wasn't allowed to be a part of it. Gonna open here from Alex with ace-9 on a not very big stack. Nice try, I guess. DGR flatting with king-jack, and based being like, you know what? Don't need to take this flop multiple ways. Happy to take it down pre-flop. Happy maybe to pile it in pre-flop, depending on who shoves on me. But DGR decides to peel the 3-bet, and it's ace-high.
Yeah, DGR had a nice hand combination to call with. But, you know, even against a quarter pot here on the flop, just not enough hand, I think, to continue.
See, Alex, you could have had more chips here if you hadn't raised that ace-9 before. Could maybe have more chips to double up. No action for Alex. David Wittine says, yeah, the bots really suck. Makes me sad when I go in for a spin to win and I can't tell straight away. You can tell straight away. I'll tell you what, David, if you can tell straight away, every time you think you see a bot and you're wrong, you owe me $1. And every time you think you see a bot and you're right, I'll pay you $1. This is how I'm going to make my retirement. If they're beating me, they're a bot. Under the gun raise, pocket aces. I should never have asked for better questions because they're getting worse and worse. Queen 10 defense. One club on the flop. God, these questions.
Wow, a little sneaky check back there by the aces. Could get DGR. All right, I was going to say DGR might have gone for it, but I think the turn was just a little too bricky for them.
Blinds are up. This is where the real poker starts.
And this is where the human calculator mysteriously vanishes.
It's not so much that I can't do it anymore. It's that, like, even a regular calculator couldn't divide something by 1.2. That's nuts. Where do you people come up with this stuff? Do you think there should be drug testing in poker? In what world would drugs provide you with a significant advantage in poker?
I don't know. Ask the poker players that take Adderall. I'm not in that group, but certainly I know that there's a lot of people, and I feel like that's a bit of an advantage.
Do you think that someone who is not as good at poker as you are, Maria, taking Adderall would make them better at poker than you?
No, but I would say if we were similar skill level and we were playing and it was the 7th or 8th hour and they take an Adderall and I don't, I think that their focus would be a little bit sharper than mine at a very critical point.
There's certainly something to that, but it's not like you couldn't get it if you didn't want it. If you wanted it, excuse me.
You mean like a if you can't beat them, join them type of thing? Like, are we talking Lance Armstrong? But I don't want to take Adderall. I'll just drink a Celsius because I'm a square.
Someone chiming in to say, there's other drugs that would put you at a significant disadvantage.
Although Celsius feels like, so I think most people probably would assume that I've never really done any drugs or tried really any drugs. Celsius, when I drink 1 Celsius, it feels like what cocaine could possibly feel like. I don't know. I am so wired after Celsius, you guys.
What is Celsius?
Nuts. It's an energy drink that has over 200 milligrams of caffeine in it, but it feels so much stronger. I mean, I think it's similar amount to Red Bull probably, or I don't know, a large venti cold brew perhaps, but I don't know what else is. They have some vitamins, I think, and antioxidants or something, but the combination just really hits right.
I will say that the few times in my life I've done like a 5-hour energy drink, that really got me. There was one time I was on a train in England and I'd taken a 5-hour energy drink and I needed to get off. Like I had an absolute meltdown.
Oh no.
Patrick says they have that same drink in the UK, Maria. It's just called Fahrenheit over there.
Ha 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 ha. That's a good one.
Alex says, Joe, can you ask Maria to speak about current strategy in these KOs? Yes, I can. Thank you for your question. Action folds around to Lixum in the small blind. Shoves 9-deuce suited. Alex with a king. This is supposed to be a call, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's for their stack, right? I think if they have them covered.
For sure, yeah.
Okay, they took a little while, but they made the call.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
A straight 9-deuce makes a straight.
Yikes.
Alex gets sucked out on pretty hard. There's your strategy, Alex Guillen. Shove with 9-deuce. Get there. Get paid.
Yeah, I mean, again, though, that just speaks to the power of having the covering stack as well, right? Because you are a lot more incentivized to make these lighter shoves and just worst case scenario, you get called, maybe you get lucky and you get the bounty, but you're also going to put a lot of pressure on these stacks by having them covered as well. Most of the people won't want to call off for their tournament life.
Ooh, Beast and Bieber does not get called by King Jack. Maybe a little too much, too many chips there. Switching.
Switched.
Switch Ed.
Switch Ed.
My fault. I was looking at the wrong table.
A lot of dead money in the pot, but
How do you not flip here with ace queen suited?
it is so pretty.
And we do. Flop is jack high. Our 10's going to hold. Yes, indeed they do. There goes Dianata. Down to 12 players. And Aki Now Nanem up to 93 million in chips. Yikes. That was a big ass pot. And another potentially big hand developing here. Bet for Nympho with like a 25 big blind stack. Flops top pair and a straight draw, but it's a straight for Aki.
Yeah, a bit troublesome. I think multi-way, though, sometimes you could find a check back here as a bet.
Check back Aki. Check back here.
Check back for bet for Nympho. Okay. But does end up betting. I mean, of course, you do have top pair with the straight draw. Should be the best hand sometimes. And if it's not, of course, you have that additional equity to improve.
You think Aki checks here? Yes.
Yeah, obviously you want to reel your opponent in. It's a completely rainbow board now. You're not really afraid of anything.
$6.1 million. Yeah, big ol' half pot bet.
Yeah, perhaps trying to get value out of 10Xs. I don't even know if 9Xs will continue, especially to half pot. So I think the hands that call you that you beat are starting to get a little thin. Do want to be careful here.
I guess it's kind of tough to get 3 full streets with Queen Jack here, isn't it? And not be walking into something filthy.
Is that person's avatar Epson Yorstad?
It is, yes.
But it's not Epson Yorstad.
Ulan. There's the all-in from Queen Jack. Ooh. Snapped off by Aki now. Bet for Nympho. Busto. 11 players remaining. And Aki now Nanem up to 128 million in chips. 75 million for Lixum.
Look at what you started, Stapes. Is that how it works? You copy paste something and everybody just follows?
Yeah, usually if it's over like a certain length, you just make fun of the person for writing something too long. There's a certain earnestness you don't want to show people on the internet. Yeah, so apparently this Aki now Namen name means not here, baby.
I'm going to answer this question because I'm all for a well thought out question. And you were asking for good questions, and I think that this is a good question.
I'm still waiting for one, but go ahead.
All right. So Poker AMA wants to know if, basically, if with the big rewards in the bounty structure, if at the final table the ICM is going to be more important in the final stages. And I did allude to this earlier, but basically, yes. I mean, in the beginning, in the middling stages, where I think Stapes mentioned this earlier, where finishing 18th is the same as knocking somebody out with an average size bounty on their head, then of course you're still incentivized to go after the bounties. But when we're talking about at the final table, if we look at the payout structure, you know, with first being over 50K, second being 39,000, then of course at that point you wouldn't want to risk a huge chunk of your own stack size in order to win a bounty, because that is going to impede your ability to win the actual tournament. So in those final stages, ICM is still going to play a bigger factor. But of course, if you have a huge chip stack, a huge chip lead, then you're still able to be a little bit more liberal when calling off against bounties. But it definitely doesn't have the same effect as it does earlier on.
Okay, Poker AMA official, repeat all that back to me now. Sinizio all in with 10s. Aki winning another pot in the meantime. And the 4s lay it down to Sinizio. Got a under the gun raise from 7-9 from the chip leader. That makes sense. Woo, baby. What a flop for the chip leader. Sinizio might be time to go. And a diamond draw, too. Yikes.
Eee. A little bit for everybody. A lot bit for a key, though.
Bet and a call, and I assume we're going to see an overcall here.
Yeah, you don't love calling for, you know, not even the nut flush draw with paired boards, but of course you don't put your opponents on hands like quad nines or kings full automatically. So as long as you don't think you're drawing dead, and as long as you don't think somebody else in the pot, because it is multi-way, has a bigger flush draw than you, then you are going to want to try to see a turn. But now with the pair and a flush draw, maybe it's a little more enticing. Bet size getting bigger, though, sizing up here significantly.
I think I would not be feeling great about King Queen here. Yeah, I like the full. Obviously, I can see all the hold cards, but you know when it goes bet, call, overcall, and then bet again, I don't love top pair at all there.
Yeah, especially because the overcaller certainly could have trip nines and just wanting to keep both of them in and not going to fast play right away. So even if you don't think the initial better has a better hand than King Queen, you're definitely going to be worried about the overcaller in that situation.
Blinds going up again at 1.4 million now for the big blind.
Yeah, and this is where I think Aki's huge chip lead right now, especially relative to the other stacks at this table. You're going to see them apply, hopefully, a ton of ICM pressure. A lot of players not going to be willing to call off for their tournament life. Pocket eights, though, pretty strong. We'll see how Aki wants to play Queen 10. I think it's definitely worth at least a call. But exactly what I was just saying about applying that ICM pressure. Going to put these stack sizes to the test. Eight's just too good to fold.
And it's a queen eye flop. Eight's in big trouble and do not recover. There's another bounty for Aki now. 1,500 bucks, nearly that one. And CZ Pablo's out in 11th for 3,200. And that leaves us with 10 players. Which means we are H for H now, I believe.
And they will bring a player to balance after this hand, right?
One, two, three, four. Yep. Okay, well, Aki probably ain't going to win this one.
Yeah, but you see how wide they're going to be opening the button with now. The 3 deuce O normally not going to be an open, but certainly in this scenario you can be very liberal
Let's try to keep the stream politics free, Maria. Ace on the turn. Maybe a scare card for Sinizio.
Yeah, and listen, if you are going to be opening the button with 3 deuce off, then you better be prepared to fire when the proper type of hand that should hit your range comes off for you. So I like that they are going for it here, just over half pot. I don't know if 10-9 is necessarily going to fold here, but yeah, they don't. And I don't know. It's about half pot going into the river. Does Aki want to go for it?
Does
No.
not. Oh, we're at the final table. Lost a player on the other table down to the final table of 9. Aki, now Nenem, still the chip leader. Obviously, with 166 million chips. Based in second with 96 million. And I'll do a quick little country roundup, assuming I know all of these flags. Eee, not so sure. Not so sure about this one. In chip order, Aki, playing from Brazil. Canada, home to Based Life. Lixum from the United Kingdom. DGR Poker, New Zealand. Stanizio, also from Brazil. Beast and Bieber, Canada. Nacho 2390, Argentina. Flip Flop, also from the UK, and Vagabond 009, the year of Romania. And a nice hand here for Based. Aki with nada. I won't million comes Based for life. Something tells me Based for life is watching the stream. 30 minutes later, he's going to get a little chuckle. Lixum taking this opportunity to raise while the biggest stack at the table is in the small blind, but Nacho with pocket jacks and a short stack. Is that a $124 bounty? Okay, maybe not worth it to call it off with King Jack.
Yeah, I don't think so. And you just imagine, because now, you know, with them reaching the final table and laddering being a lot more important, of course, that 3-bet shove range is going to be a lot tighter.
Oh, Dan. Dan on YouTube. This is one for the books, guys. Showing my age here, but Jennifer Tilly is my poker crush. Probably from my Kevin Smith movie addiction. Do you think that Jennifer Tilly is Joey Lauren Adams? Because they are not the same person.
I don't know about that, but I do know that Jennifer Tilly is also my poker crush, so no issues there.
You sure you don't mean Joey Lauren Adams? Folds around to Beast and Bieber in the small blind. And Beast and Bieber with a good shot to double up here. Based for life with 100 million chips can easily call this off, can easily try to win this 4-figure bounty.
Yeah, and of course, you know, ace high the ace 6 will be ahead of the hands like king, queen,
Oh, good fold.
queen, jack suited, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I think again, just not wanting to lose too many chips, calling off here, and not being able to preserve their chip position at the final.
Jennifer Tilly's my poker crush, but probably because I love the American Pie movies so much. I love she played Nadia in American Pie.
Oh, I thought you were going to say she played Stifler's mom.
Top pair for based, blind on blind, 2 solid hands. Ace of spades for DGR. Queen on the turn gives some more outs to DGR.
Yeah, Ace Jack certainly does have some showdown value, but also with that Broadway draw on the turn that doesn't come in on the river. Now facing this bet from a pair of tens. Are they going to look them up with ace high?
Man, this is such a mean bet.
Yeah, it's almost just the right size for a hand like ace high to get curious enough to make the call. But
Does.
yeah, as played though, again, you know, the flop bet, check turn, bet river just feels like value to me.
Based for life up over 109 million now.
And really good seat draw for based, considering where a key is sat at this table. We also had this conversation slash discussion slash debate during the WSOP main event, where we were talking about how important seat draws are, not just at the final table, but leading up to the final table. And honestly, a really good table draw can go a really long way. I think that people don't understand that there's some luck involved in table draws as well, especially when the field narrows.
Nacho bluffs with the best hand. Perfectly happy to take it down. A7 under the gun for Sinizio. That's a 15 big blind stack, more or less. And it works. Sorry, I had a tone. Ace 5 for DGR. The sourdough. Still 9 players remaining. We haven't gone over what the payouts are in a while. Luckily, they're on your screen. Some real laddering opportunities once you get to the final table, though. Every player you outlast, you make significantly more money.
Jack's going to be all in here, and I don't think ace-3 can fold for this price after
Look at
they
that bounty.
open. Yeah.
Just hit 1 for a while. Ace tray at a significant disadvantage. 1 tray on the flop. No additional help on the turn or river. Double up for flip flop. And we are on the next tournament break. 9 players remaining. No final table prizes given away yet. Significant bounties on the line. And James Hardigan headed back in to have a chat with us all.
Thank you very much, Joe. And it is a key now, Nenham, who goes into this break with the big chip lead, 161 million. We did get to the final table really quickly this evening, which makes me wonder how long it's going to take to get down to a winner. Suffice to say, we'll stream it cards up until the very end of the night. Joe, I know the podcast came up briefly in conversation when we referred back to our Game Integrity special. The most recent podcast we did was a Poker Movie Monday. We talked about the man with the golden arm. I think our next episode won't be for 2 or 3 weeks. It'll be just before we go to Barcelona. It'll be our Barcelona preview show. It will also double as our What Have We Been Up To in the Summer Months special. And by that point, by the point we record that show, you will have done a fair amount of comedy, not just in the United States, but over on my side of the Atlantic as well, including some shows in Edinburgh. So we'll have a full chat about that. At this point in time, when we do the podcast, I think we'll be able to talk about everything we're doing in Barcelona. At this point in time, don't have the exact schedule pinned down, so can't give you guys the details. But what I can tell you is we are going to be streaming for 8 consecutive days during the EPT Barcelona Festival. So that's from Sunday the 14th of August through to Sunday the 21st of August. So we are going to be working hard. Maria just realized what she signed up for. The one thing I did want to highlight, because we talked earlier on about stuff we've watched recently, I don't watch a lot of documentaries, but bizarrely, I found myself watching a couple of documentary shows on Netflix pretty much back to back and very similar in subject matter. One was a 3-parter that you recommended ages ago, Joe, which is The Puppet Master, which I found incredibly engaging. And straight off the back of that, I watched The Tinder Swindler. Again, a not dissimilar story. The weird thing is, as atrocious as I find these people, I do have an element of respect and admiration for them. It is an amazing talent to hold that amount of persuasion, to have that amount of control over people, and also to have the patience to eke it out, to tell this ridiculous story, really sell it, and wait several weeks, in some cases several months, before you set the trap and reel in your mark and try to get money out of them. These stories are so incredible that if you saw them in a movie, you wouldn't necessarily believe them.
They're very difficult to believe, and I think that part of it is they choose their victims well. Also, if you notice, there's like a certain archetype that falls for this stuff. And, you know, obviously it's very sad. I think a lot of the time it's based on playing off people's sort of fear of being alone, or their, you know, sort of desire to be part of something bigger and better than themselves. You know, the sort of the romance of it is very appealing to them. Like the life that's being offered up is very appealing. But I also think that this is going to be kind of dark, but when I see these sorts of scams run on people, to me, this is the exact same thing as if someone chains you up and keeps you in their basement. It's the same sort of power play. It's the same sort of sadistic sort of thing that you might not be in the basement, but you are chained up in many respects.
Yeah. And I think what I found depressing about both shows, Maria, is the fact that the villain in both shows is still at large. They are still effectively doing what they do to this day. And I find it interesting that law enforcement finds this very hard, because it's really difficult to prove that this person hasn't voluntarily surrendered their freedom and hasn't voluntarily given this other person all their money.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult to prove in the court of law, but also not only are they kind of still doing this and running the same long cons on other people, but the Tinder Swindler, I heard, got his own show on, I don't know on what platform, but some type of dating show or something. I mean, they're thriving. They are making money off of their stories, and it's just insane.
It's also frustrating for me because in both situations we do like documentaries as like a social thing, so we can all kind of chat over them a little bit and give our opinions. And I was watching with one friend who was like, I don't see what the big deal is. I don't see these people went, they chose to go. That's on them. And I'm just like, ugh, they're like, what's this guy really doing that's so wrong? And I was just like, oh my God, like I can't have this conversation with you.
Wow. Action is resuming at the final table. Maria, you have earned yourself a break. Take the next 55 minutes off as Joe and I continue to call the action in this week's Sunday Million. Down to the final table. All 9 players remain at the FT. I mean, I would ask that person to leave. I have no interest in watching anything with someone who thinks like that.
It's funny because he'll have that opinion, and my girlfriend will have the opinion of like, why can't we just kill this guy?
I actually think in the case of the Puppet Master, there is an actual film, a drama, being made of that story, which I think is coming to Netflix in the summer, maybe August.
I mean, 9 from the chip leader, certainly a defend. Don't think you really want to be putting the under the gun razor all in necessarily.
Yeah. I guess fortunate for Aki that they've not connected with this board in any way whatsoever. And poor Nacho sitting there thinking, always an ace on the desk. When you've got kings, there's always an ace.
It is pretty frustrating.
So Nacho is playing from Argentina, correct?
Yes.
And Aki and Sinesio are the obligatory Brazilians at the final table.
Was I right before? Is that flag New Zealand for DGR?
Yes, DGR is playing from New Zealand. May as well, I know you've done it once already, but just to finish off this final table, Base for Life is Canadian. Lixum is from the UK, as is Flip Flop 1717. And Beast and Bieber, also Canadian. Vagabond 009 is playing from Romania.
You're Romania. Just a call from the ace queen. Interesting. It looks like the money's going to end up going in either way. But you would have expected with that stack size from Nacho would have gone in pre-flop.
Well, ace, queen, still the best hand. I wonder how long it would take before Bond came into the conversation. As soon as I said Vagabond 009, also. I knew I was opening myself up.
There's a YouTube question about Bond also, James, if you're ready to open that can of worms.
Hornet's Nest?
Yeah.
Well, Chris has wings. I can't tell you the actor. I cannot tell you the actor who played 009, but they did feature in a Bond film. 009 was killed in the opening sequence of Octopussy. 009 was the guy dressed as a clown who ends up at the British ambassador in West Berlin's residence. And MI6, being the amazing intelligence agency that it is, doesn't think for one question, why is our agent dressed as a clown? And should we look into whether there was a circus in the vicinity that may be connected to his death? Instead, they send Bond halfway around the world to India and back before they go, we think there might be a connection between this Octopussy circus and the death of 009. Really? Is that possibly why he was dressed as a clown? Anyway, I digress.
Okay, well, we got a real hand here. Then we'll go back to Bond.
I still really like Octopussy, by the way. I must have seen that movie twice.
I thought you were going to say 8 times.
It's Homer Simpson.
Lixum, Sinesio.
Yeah, and Sinesio needs a heart or the jack. Nope. Sinesio becomes the first player KO'd from the final table. Lixum takes the bounty. And Sinesio cashes out in 9th place for $4,594 plus nearly $2,200 in bounties.
All right, so I don't know what this. I feel like this isn't a great question, but I want to see your reaction to it.
Yes.
Levesky asks, James, some Sunday millions ago, you talk about who should be next James Bond. What is your opinion? I don't know if these are unrelated statements, but what is your opinion on Charlie Hunnam?
Which one's Charlie Hunnam?
He's like from that motorcycle show with the beard. He's like a big American, very American-looking guy, like a Viking-looking guy.
No.
Sons of Anarchy, that's what he's from, yeah.
No. Oh. Ace King all in against eights. Could be another coin flip if flip-flop wants to take the flip. Nope, folds. The snowman's. Num.
I'll never be your Beast in Bieber.
I think I saw another Bond-related question in chat.
Chase says Tatum next James Bond, easy. Guys, look, I'm all for diversity, but the thought of an American playing James Bond really turns my stomach, and I don't even really care about stuff like that.
Nearly happened in 1971. Ace Queen. Come on to that in a second. Who were the 00 agents at the beginning of The Living Daylights? That question from Hawkergen. It was on ITV on Saturday night, and I started watching it because it is one of my favorites, and I think it holds up really well. But then I discovered that ITV had basically cut all the violence out of it, and I'm like, life's too short to watch an edited version of a Bond movie. The 00 agents were 002 and 004, and it's 004 who is assassinated in the pre-credit sequence. Yeah, do you know the actor John Gavin, Joe, who was Janet Leigh's boyfriend
From Gavin
in
and
Psycho?
Stacey?
No. John Gavin, he was Janet Leigh's boyfriend in Psycho. He was Julius Caesar in Spartacus, and he then went into politics and became, I want to say, ambassador to Mexico.
He was the ambassador to Mexico under Ronald Reagan.
Yes. So John Gavin was cast as James Bond in 1971 after George Lazenby quit. And at the 11th hour, United Artists panicked, and they were a bit concerned about an American as Bond.
Was it old tweets?
Not in 1971. I think more than that, though, it was the concern about they was really needed to have a hit. And so they just did a deal with Connery where he just got everything he wanted. And Cubby Broccoli, to be fair to him, insisted that Gavin's contract be paid off in full. But Gavin was cast, signed a contract, but never actually got to play James Bond. And then the second American to almost play James Bond is Thanos' dad, James Brolin. So after For Your Eyes Only, Roger Moore was ready to go. He was getting on a bit. And when it came to Octopussy, Brolin was being screen tested. He was looking at a house in England. And then, of course, it was the Battle of the Bonds that year. The rival production were making Never Say Never Again, and they knew that there was going to be a Connery Bond movie, and they were like, we cannot release a Bond movie up against this unofficial nonsense with a new Bond. We have to get Roger Moore back for one more film, and as it turned out, he ended up doing two more. But, yeah, so Brolin and Gavin are the two Americans who narrowly missed out on becoming Bond.
I got to apologize, by the way. I was wrong. Charlie Hunnam is English. My bad, guys. Did not know that. I apologize for my tone about no American James Bonds. You were right. I was wrong. You guys can just clip that. You were right. I was wrong. And just, wheel it out 6-7 times an hour.
Right. There you go. Let's close the conversation now, because I appreciate that what I'm talking about is of interest to a small minority, and everyone else is just rolling their eyeballs saying, can you please stop that beep talking about Bond?
Whoever's the next James Bond, we should do some sort of internet writing campaign to get James like a background part. maybe tapping the table during a poker scene.
You do realize it's several years away, right? You do realize that they haven't even got a concept. They certainly haven't hired any writers. They don't have a director, and all that would happen before they come anywhere close to casting the lead actor. So
Gives
you're
us
talking
plenty of time to get you some acting lessons.
That's true. It's also plenty of time for some up-and-comers to maybe establish themselves, or maybe someone we don't even know yet, who's a theatre actor who's yet to appear on screen. Ace-4 all in against Queen-8. Ace-high holding. And ace-high good. Vagabond 009, who started all this bond nonsense, doubles up and survives. And that's why I still find it hilarious that people are still hyping up Idris Elba, who, as I've said on more than one occasion, is too old now and will certainly be too old when they come to make the next film in a few years' time.
Yeah, you gotta think super young at this point. That's why I think that it's more than likely someone we've never even heard of yet.
Yeah, I think it's got to be someone who's in their 30s, not their 40s. And look, it depends what road they go down. I love the idea of them going with like early Bond and doing period pieces. I would love it if they started setting the movies during the 1950s. And, you know, in a world where the Soviet Union is the enemy, might play quite well these days. So just the 1 KO so far from this final table. We got down to 9 during the last session. Since we've been back from break, we've lost Sinesio 96. Next player out will get 6.5 grand.
Bond. Vagabond.
Here's your trivia question then, Joe. I referenced already 009 showing up dead in West Berlin. What did he have in his hand?
An Octopussy?
No, Octopussy is a person.
In the movie Octopussy?
In the movie Octopussy, what does 009 have in his hand when he crashes through the patio windows of the British ambassador?
It's easy. It's a chewed up piece of gum.
No. It's a Fabergé egg.
Oh, Fabergé egg. I don't do dairy. King, queen for based. Queen 10 suited for DGR. Ooh, wow. Wow. Get it done. Like some with ace queen. Should get a couple of folds. And does.
What's the average right now? 62 million at the 1.6 blind level. Yeah, I mean, it's...
James,
still
what do you think
decent
of a
to play
James
with.
Bond
Yes.
that is in the 1950s but isn't quite like made to be realistic, but like a stylized 1950s sort of you ever play that video game where you play a spy?
When you say stylized, do you mean like a 1950s melodrama?
Yeah, maybe like a melodrama. I'm trying to think. Maybe somebody in chat knows that video game I'm talking about. I shouldn't have asked the question until I figured out how to word it. Like, I don't want to say kitschy like Austin Powers-ish, but maybe a little bit more on that.
No, I am thinking more kind of gritty. I'm thinking more tonally like the novels.
Okay.
I'm thinking like dramatic period pieces that are about espionage, understandably adjusted to include the obligatory action that the audience would expect. Nick Walsh says, my boy Liam is on this final.
Oh.
I'm assuming that's Lixim115, Nick? Maybe when he was typing in his name, he hit the X instead of the A. They're relatively close to each other on the keyboard. I love the fact that Nick is always here. No one loves it more than Nick Walsh.
Nick does love it.
You give me a week off from this stream, you're not going to see me in chat. Although I guess the fact that I was lurking on Friday night during the streamer showdown has just made me a huge hypocrite.
Counter Spy, that's the name of the game I was thinking of.
Never heard of it.
Pretty fun game. I think you would like it, actually. Based walking into the buzzsaw here.
And there is the re-raise from DGR. Base drops below the 100 million mark, meaning that Aki is the only player with more than 100 million. Still has that solid chip lead of more than 155 million. Opening here with ace-8.
James, how did the country fare last weekend with the heat wave? Did people get hurt? Did the rail shut down, or did it?
It was horrible. I mean, as I said to you earlier on, and I wasn't exaggerating when I said the country was literally on fire. I mean, there were fires not just out in the countryside, but in London as well. Like, people lost their homes. And yes, there was disruption on public transport, but the fact that the fire brigade had their busiest day since World War II.
Oh, wow.
Gives you an indication.
Literally bombed.
Of what we were facing. Yeah. Extreme temperatures as never tolerated or experienced by the country before, and I fear this is just the beginning. Anyway.
I'm sorry to hear that.
1 million, 2 million blinds.
Good spot for flip-flop. Might get looked up by King 4 suited for a 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1 bounty.
Yeah. Not a huge stack, but still King 4 suited. It's obviously when we did the stream last week, I had a number of tech issues because like equipment in here was overheating, and I then didn't work in this room for the rest of the week. I was mainly like working elsewhere in the building, and like this room can get very hot. I came back here on Saturday knowing that I was going to have to run the Monday night stream, and I fired up the PC, and I just got black screen. I got nothing. I thought, oh my god, it's the motherboard has literally melted, and it took 3 restarts for it to finally kind of like come to life, but I do think that it was adversely affected. It had basically gone into kind of like some kind of shutdown mode, adversely affected by the heat.
Well, yeah, because typically if it's that hot, the fan's running.
Yeah. So I did have a minor panic at the weekend where I thought, oh my God, this thing is like blown. This thing is like...
This thing is quite literally toast.
Yeah. Yeah. Fortunately, not the case.
Ace king holding against ace 6.
Of course, last week the thing that kept going wrong was the Ethernet adapter, which kept overheating, which is a problem because you switch that off and you're no longer connected to the internet, which is an essential component of this production.
Well, we predicted things would go slowly, and that has lived up so far.
This is particularly slow. Joe, can you explain to me why the audience on Twitch is talking about your favorite subject?
Taco Bell?
Well, I was thinking Mexican food in general. Clearly, none of you got the memo from our boss. She is not on board with this. Not on board.
Oh my goodness, and we have Barcelona coming up too, the worst place to talk about Mexican food. Also the most fun.
Seriously, it's the best ever note I've ever seen given to anyone. No more Mexican food references.
Oh, Savon in the chat says it's time for me to crank it.
The Savon is always coming to the stream. Yeah, I do feel that cranking might be required. I mean, if we go another 30 minutes without losing a player.
I haven't cranked it in days and days too, so I don't think it would take very long.
I have a quick question about Taco Bell, because I recently went to a Taco Bell, but not in this country, and not even in America.
Oh, wait, what? Where?
Well, I'll come to that in a second, because
Okay.
I have... So King Queen opens, Ace Queen all in.
Again, $1,100 bounty. Lixum's got enough invested. This could be a call off. Yeah, domination situation.
Absolutely. Clubs are a factor, though. Oh, and the 4 flush. That is a KO. That is the elimination of flip-flop 17-17. One Brit taken out by the other Brit at this FT, and Lixum now moves over the 100 million mark. Flip-flop, one-time chip leader, cashing out for 6.5K, plus just over 2K in bounties. When you go to Taco Bell, Joe, what beverages are available?
Pepsi products.
See, my understanding is that Taco Bell is owned by the Pepsi Corporation.
It is.
Right. I went to a Taco Bell in Helsinki, and it's Coca-Cola products. It's Coke, Sprite, Fanta. And I was like, Joe would love this. He would get the best of both worlds.
I would, but it would make me doubt. So my guess is like a totally independently owned and operated Taco Bell, which is how they can get away with that.
I'm assuming
And
it's a
then-
franchise operation in Finland.
Yeah. So I would worry that maybe the rest of the products wouldn't be up to Taco Bell standards either. I know that's a bit of an oxymoron.
They might make the food too healthy for your liking.
Yes, exactly. They might use actual meat.
Yeah, and there's actual fresh vegetables included.
Correct. Okay, the M who corrected me before and was right says Taco Bell is not owned by Pepsi or Coke. It's owned by Yum Brands.
Oh.
Well, it depends what country you're in. It seems. Yes, I did know that Pizza Hut, KFC, and Taco Bell were all owned by the same.
Yes,
company.
and I thought they were all PepsiCo restaurant chains.
So R.J. Reynolds sold KFC to PepsiCo in 1986. Then they got California Pizza Kitchen. 1997, PepsiCo sold PepsiCo Food Systems restaurant supply unit to Ameriserve Food Distribution.
Parrot King's good here, by the way.
Yum was created in 1997 as Tricon Global Restaurants, Inc. from PepsiCo's fast food division.
It is still part of their corporation, right?
I think so.
I mean, I remember that Pepsi had a product placement deal with the movie Demolition Man. Don't ask me why I remember this. But Demolition Man, there is a scene in the film where they go to a Taco Bell, and that scene was changed in the international release to Pizza Hut because Pepsi wanted to push a brand that was more familiar to international audience, and Taco Bell had very few stores outside of the U.S.
Well, the Taco Bell / Pizza Hut reference in Demolition Man kind of makes sense in the movie, and it's hilarious.
Anyway, regardless of whether they are independent or not, I always thought that you could only get Pepsi products from a Taco Bell. I was surprised to see Coca-Cola products. I thought you'd like that. I thought you'd be interested. But yes, I hear what you're saying about the fact that the food might not be quite the same as it is in their American kitchens.
I know what you were going for there. The weird thing is that at Taco Bell, I think Mountain Dew complements Taco Bell perfectly. So I actually would be bummed out to go to a Taco Bell with Coca-Cola.
You see, I only ever drink water, so I don't give a...
Do you prefer Dasani or Aquafina? That's what you're getting if drinking water there.
I'm fine with tap in that part of the world.
Pepsi water, Coke water.
For the record, I wasn't even that keen to go, but unfortunately we needed somewhere to eat quite late at night, and the only places that were open were Taco Bell and Burger King, and figured...
Fourth meal.
Yeah.
Where and when the next live event that you both will be at?
We've talked about EPT Barcelona a few times this evening, but that be the one.
At least one of us will be making an appearance at UKIPT Nottingham. I will be there on the last couple days. I don't think I'm playing anything, but I'll be around if people want to say hi.
I cannot. Unfortunately, it's come at a really bad time for me, and I know it's not that far from where I am, but you have to travel a lot further, but I can't make it there, so it will only be him.
I was already on my way, is the thing.
Ace 3 all in, 6s flatting, Ace Jack reshoves, gets rid of the 6s, and is a domination situation, and it is the elimination of Beast and Bieber. DGR back up to nearly 100 million chips, and Beast and Bieber cashes out in 7th place for 9K plus just over $3,000 in bounties. So we are now 6-handed at the final table of this week's Sunday Million. Next player out is going to get nearly $13,000. I would, by the way, just to be clear, I would love to have gone to Dusk Till Dawn for the UK IPT. I'm slightly annoyed that the timing was really inconvenient for me, but not that I'm saying live events should be built around my own personal calendar.
But he's not saying that either.
Correct. Trip 9's against a flush draw. And there is the flush.
The jack of clubs, but the 4 of clubs is what peels off.
Correct. And that gives Nacho the advantage now, 77% favorite. And a brick on the river. Nacho has a lock on this. 16 million in the middle, and Nacho is the effective stack with 28 mil behind.
Nacho's bounty, $1,200.
$124.61.
Oh. Lol.
And Nacho leading here for 5.3 million.
I don't think you can fold this for a third of the pot.
No. Oh, wow. Looks goes for it.
Yikes. Yikes. See, this is I don't know about this move. I guess there's some worse 9s than Jack 9 that can be had in the big blind. Do you ever bluff out a flush when you do this?
It's a paired board. You've got the queen high flush.
Maybe that's an angle I should be thinking about it from. Maybe they're turning trip 9s into a bluff. Maybe they're not trying to get value out of a smaller 9.
Well, plenty of time bank here for Nacho to utilize, but makes the call and will double up. Nacho now playing 72 mil and licks him down to 70. A key still holding on to that chip lead, 150 million. King 7 on the button here. So because Better Call Saul is still one new episode per week,
yeah,
and I've now finished the offer, I'm thinking of watching the new season of Westworld because the first few episodes have been saved up. But I just can't find the motivation. And one of the things I think I definitely need to do is watch one of those YouTube videos like, here's a recap of everything happened in seasons 1, 2, and 3 because otherwise I'm going to be lost because I have barely any recollection of the third season.
And from what I remember, the show doesn't really pander all that much,
no,
right?
it does not.
Yeah.
No, it does not. 1.25, 2.5 million blinds now.
So, as long as I'm on the pattern of admitting to being wrong about things, I would just like to say thank you to all of the people who forced me to go back to watch The Boys. I just finished season 2. It was significantly better than season 1 as far as pacing and action are concerned. And I'm very glad I went back to it. I'm quite excited to start season 3.
Okay. I avoided that one because you talked it down.
If it were just based on the first season, I would stand by that statement. But
okay.
It's the second season was significantly better. If seasons 1 and 2 had been combined, Vagabond gonna be at risk here.
Vagabond all in and called for fewer than 10 big blinds, and there's a deuce on the flop. And with the rotation of the domination, Vagabond is eliminated. A key increases their chip lead at this now 5-handed final table, and Vagabond 009 from Romania cashes out for nearly $13,000 plus 1,300 in bounties.
Here, Romania.
Yeah, I do. At some point, I'll get around to watching the new season of Westworld, and I'll very quickly make a judgment call about whether I'm going to continue with it. I really liked the first 2 seasons. I just thought the third one was a little bit out there.
Liberty says season 2 of Boys was great. Lower your expectations, I think, on season 3 for the Boys. Uh-oh. Just when I was getting into it.
Are seasons of the Boys like Star Trek movies? The even ones are good.
I actually did this thing while watching season 2, and I've never done this before. Every time there was 2 people in a room talking about a third person, I would just skip. I would just hit 10-second skip, 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 because that's how they just eat up all the time in these episodes when there's nothing happening. It's so annoying.
Yeah. More than 200 million now for a key.
Wow.
But still no guarantee. Still potential massive swings, and can't really be bulldozering the rest of the table just yet, although it's getting close. I mean, considering how close all the other 4 stacks are, could start wielding some ICM pressure.
Yeah, I feel like they've missed some opportunities for that. Let's see if when that gear kicks in.
Yeah. Such sweet thunder. Prison Break ends at the end of season 1. I like that mindset. I like that. I mean, it's very, very schlocky, but season 1 of Prison Break is gold. It's just so watchable and so entertaining and so gripping. And season 2 is okay. I still think it's watchable, but I hear you. The bit when the guy tries to sew his hand back on is just where it lost me. Or rather, he gets a vet to sew his hand back on. That's the bit where I'm like, no, I'm done.
Oh, boy. 5's picking up some more equity on this turn.
Teabag, that's the character. Robert Nepper. Here's a hashtag fun fact. Robert Nepper was stranded in Finland during the COVID pandemic. Did you see my tweet last week, Joe, about my proudest moment ever working for this company?
I don't think so.
So let's just see if Nacho gets any value on the river here. 21 million in the middle. Top 2 on a straighty board. 14.9 pocket 5s for a key.
Seems like a pretty easy fold.
I would not disagree. And a key will potentially hero call. Nope, makes the fold. So it's late night. I'm flicking around, and film 4. What's the late night movie? It's Commando. So of course I find myself, the opening credits are rolling, so I find myself, oh, I'm going to watch this. Now, film 4 has commercials. And we get to the first commercial break. The late night movie on film 4, sponsored by PokerStars. I'm watching Commando on TV, sponsored by PokerStars. I was a happy man.
We gotta get them to make it part of the deal where you get to do the announcing in between. You can do the intro to Commando.
I don't think that comes with the package.
Everybody's got a price. Do you ever listen to what they say about our show before it comes on?
No.
I used to watch it pretty regularly when I lived there. Hope you enjoyed this episode of Family Guy, and up next it's the poker.
It's the poker. So despite the fact that the plot of Commando is ridiculous, it does have some good dialogue, most of which is butchered by a very inexperienced Arnold Schwarzenegger. And of course, Stephen E. D'Souza then went on to write Die Hard, but he did also go on to write and direct Street Fighter. So...
Street Fighter, the one with Raul Julia?
Yeah.
Ugh.
It's got Kylie Minogue, but that doesn't save it.
I mean, no offense. Not no offense, but maybe it. I think Raul Julia died while that film was being made.
It was the last. He died after it wrapped, and during post production.
James, are we still following Red Bull in Formula One? That's being asked on YouTube.
Yes, we are.
Oracle Red Bull Racing.
That is our team.
Oh, baby. I'm on a red eye tonight. Leaving town. Not going to be back until dang near September.
Yeah, I don't know whether we can get Max Verstappen on the podcast. I don't think that is a contractual obligation. We can.
Has anyone tried asking him?
But ask?
Maybe we could get like one of Max Verstappen's pit crew.
Someone who once watched Max Verstappen walk past. Ace, Jack, all in.
Justin on YouTube asking multiple times if we like Succession. Yes, we like Succession very much.
More on that in a moment. I mean, I don't think 6-5 suited is calling here. Thank you. I was looking at the Emmy nominations, and if you ever needed evidence of what an amazing era of television we live in, you look at the Oscar nominations and it's like, oh, there might be one or two semi-decent films in there, but nothing that maybe is going to stand the test of time. Look at the Emmy nominations. Every single category, there's at least 2 to 3, sometimes more, deserving winners in every single category.
I mean, the sharpest money this year has got to be Rhea Seehorn, right?
I would hope so, but again, it's not a done deal. It's a very, very tough category. Every category is tough.
I don't think I looked at them.
So Succession, I believe, broke the record previously set by The West Wing for the most number of acting nominations. But like in supporting actor, for example, you've got Kieran Culkin up against Matthew McFadden, up against Nicholas Braun. I mean, the entire cast is up against each other.
That's brutal. They don't do an ensemble award, do they?
I don't think they do.
I just finished season 2 of Hacks last night. Had a pretty great ending. I'm a little disappointed they're doing another season story-wise, but what can you do? It's not like we would ever turn down doing another season of a two-season TV show. Oh yeah, lead actor in a drama is such a tough category.
I know, right?
You've got Ozark, Brian Cox in Succession, Jeremy Strong in Succession, Odin Kirk, Adam Scott from Severance, and Lee Jung-jae from Squid Game. That is tough. Everything's so blurred now too. Like Bill Hader's nominated for lead actor in a comedy series, which I agree Barry's a comedy series. I agree
Yeah.
that Bill Hader should be nominated for some sort of award, but he doesn't really give a very comedic performance.
I think both Steve Martin and Martin Short are nominated in that category.
Yes, they are.
So you've got a lot of stars competing against each other from the same show.
The same way I thought that commentator teams should be nominated for poker awards, I kind of feel like Steve Martin and Martin Short, it should be like that cast, the cast of Succession. Sorry, I'm all distracted by this now.
Sorry.
We'll go back to the poker. 5 players here.
How am I supposed to choose between Euphoria, Succession, and Better Call Saul?
I mean, look, just for the show itself,
Yeah, that's for best drama.
Better Call Saul is, you know, it is the best of those shows. Is it close? Are they all really great shows? Yeah, but Better Call Saul is a masterpiece. So for supporting actress in a limited series or movie, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 nominees, and 6 of them are from White Lotus.
Wow. Things have slowed down quite substantially since the last elimination. Lexham is the shortest stack right now with 50 million. DGR hovering over around 110 million right now, and a key playing 200 million.
Dude, Bill Hader got nominated for that Curb cameo that we both hated. Remember when he played the triplets?
Yeah, I mean, look, I wasn't a huge fan of that entire season of Curb Your Enthusiasm, but that particular episode I found infuriating.
I liked many of the episodes that season. Did not care for that one at all.
Kings all in. No one else has a calling hand.
Button raise from based.
Kind of feel that we can potentially afford to play through a couple of blind levels still before it forces these guys to play.
Yeah.
Blinds have only just gone to 1.53 million. Up again in 13 minutes. Lacorma says all of them are winners at this point, turning $109 into at least 18.9k. Yeah, they'll all have made a healthy profit, but there is still only one winner.
Fair point, though.
Yeah. go to disco. We have lost DGR. Don't do it. Don't do a Griffin on me. So I came across one of the Twitch highlights videos on YouTube where they cut together like the funniest or most interesting moments from Twitch. And every now and then you'll get a moment from one of our Sunday Million streams pop up alongside the stuff from like Spraggy, Lex, Vincent, et al. Yeah. And it seems that these days it's mostly Griffin doing excruciating renditions of Danger Zone and or the Chop Pot song. But mostly Danger Zone.
Is it while you're on stream or while I'm on stream?
Normally when I'm on, because he is trying to play your role, which is when I say someone's in the danger zone to do the kind of echo. But rather than just do a simple, straightforward version, he takes it to a whole paranormal level.
It's like when someone sings the national anthem and they really just kind of try to put their own spin on it. And you're like, just do the classic.
Yeah. Yeah. He Enrico Palazzo'd it for sure.
Yeah, yes, that's exactly what I meant. Both players matching their kicker on this board. 4 not super strong against the chip leader for a third of the pot. Do you maybe hero here?
Oh, does.
Yes.
Oh, Nacho. As we have a player from New Zealand at this final table, Lord of the Rings. Have you seen the trailer for the Amazon series?
Nah.
I'm like, please no. And I kind of feel the same way about the Dragon thing on HBO. No.
They're both prequels?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm good.
Well, we've got the spade draw.
And
Straight
gut
draw
shot.
as well, absolutely. But
double gutter now?
open-ended.
Open-ended. That's the original double gutter.
Yeah, I mean, ace high still the best hand though, and crucially, the ace of spades is a blocker.
Yes, Colin Capone, but Better Call Saul is better than, is a prequel, and it defies expectation for a prequel. Ace tie gonna be good at Showdown.
As I said, Joe, it combines being a prequel and a spin-off featuring a supporting character, so it defies logic on 2 fronts. It had no right to be as good as it is.
But if you look at the way that show is structured and how there's no wasted dialogue, no boring scenes, nothing that doesn't advance the story further, there's almost no other shows on TV that do that. It's a lot of 2 characters talking about another one for like 4 or 5 scenes, and then something happens. So I don't have high hopes. And I've yet to see... I've seen very few shows on Amazon where that wasn't the case.
The ultimate prequels with lots of people talking about stuff is the Star Wars prequels.
Ugh.
Let's not show anyone anything. Let's just have lots of people talking about it.
You can certainly understand if Aki wants to peel one here. Yep, it does.
DGR gets it done with a bet on the turn, and that is going to take us to the break. 5 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million from a starting field of 9,970. And with close to a $250 million chips, Aki now Nenem leads right now. Based for life rather, from Canada is the shortest stack with 35 million. Action resuming inside of 5 minutes as we welcome Maria Ho back into the mix. Maria, we just spent the last hour partly watching the poker, but also talking a lot of TV shows, movies. I know you don't watch a lot of old movies. I know you did watch Top Gun Maverick recently. What TV shows have you been following? And don't say Love Island, or Ira will basically kick you off the screen.
Well, I won't say Love Island because I already told you I'm watching Love Island, but I'm also watching The Bachelorette, probably a personal fave of one of you guys.
It's not getting any better.
Sorry, what was that? I missed that. You broke up for a second here.
Other than that, I mean, I don't, honestly, during the World Series, I don't have a lot of time to watch shows. And if I watch something, it has to be trashy because I need mindless entertainment. I can't be drawn into some long storyline. So, I mean, I recently finished Ozark. I thought it was good. But, yeah, I haven't gotten into too many new things lately.
Yeah, I hear you. It's like, it does become a time commitment when you get into a show now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I have time now. So if you guys have recommendations, I'm settling in before going to Barcelona, of course.
Right.
I have a couple weeks off, so.
I kind of feel, Joe, you're probably in a better place because you probably have a better idea of, like, where Maria's kind of barrier is to watching a lot of the stuff that maybe is too intense or just too much.
I think Severance is probably a good place for Maria to start. I think that she doesn't care about spending the money on Apple TV if she doesn't have it already.
Yeah. See, that's the thing holding me back there is the fact that I just can't bring myself to pay Apple the £5 a month to have yet another streaming service, even though it's a show I hear so many good things about and I do really want to see.
Yeah.
So does that mean you didn't watch Ted Lasso then?
I had Apple TV on a trial period. I had it like, I had it for a year because like I bought an iPad and they gave it to you for a year. I watched the morning show. I thought the first season was really good, and then I kind of gave up during the second season. I didn't think it was that good. I think Ted Lasso is absolutely fine. I do not understand how people are putting it on a pedestal as one of the greatest shows of all time. And we were just talking about the Emmy nominations. I don't understand why it's been lauded with so many nominations. I think it's absolutely fine. It recycles the plot of Major League. I think it's charming. It's impossible not to like, don't get me wrong. But it is not anything special. Joe, back me up here, please.
I did enjoy it very much. I found it like very easy watching and burned through it pretty quickly. But like I still haven't seen season 2. And if it were genuinely a show I loved, I would not have been able to wait this long to watch. And so I would say better than fine. It's pretty good. It's something that's it's like when you're watching it, it's like total easy to consume and you almost delightful. But like I don't think about it afterward. I don't think about like, oh, I can't wait to watch more of it. So
No,
I don't know. That's
it does have that quality that, whatever, if you can't think of anything else to watch or you're just not in a great mood, it is something that will put a smile on your face. It is something, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, that's just pretty mindless and brainless, and you can just kind of just absorb. So it has a place, but it just irritates me when people are making out like it's somehow genius television, because I genuinely don't think it is.
Raksha asking, would we have enjoyed it more if we liked football or soccer? And I think actually, no. I think part of the thing is that I don't know a lot about soccer, so I actually find that aspect kind of interesting, and like that it's about something I don't know that much about. So I think actually, I think it works better for me that I don't know anything about soccer.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about it. So here's the deal, Joseph. You get another 30-minute break. Maria, you and I get to enjoy the action at the final table, and it has been a little bit slow for, I'd say, the last 25-30 minutes since we lost players in 7th and 6th place, respectively. I'm interested, Maria, in what you think is the advantage that a key has right now and how a key should be pressing that advantage when you look at the other stacks.
Yeah, well, you see that there's two shorter stacks. They're not super short, but short enough where obviously the middling stacks are going to try to wait them out for the pay jump. So because of that, I think Aki could put significant pressure and just whittle down all of those stacks, chip away, not necessarily needing to play huge pots, but, you know, with the other big-ish stack, obviously probably going to try to stay away from each other for a while. Looks like this is a really good spot for Lixum, but Aki doesn't really have much to continue with.
And it's also that mindset that, right, when we come back from break, I'm really going to start wielding my chip lead. I'm really going to start putting these guys under pressure. And then the first hand you try to do it, someone wakes up with a hand.
Yeah, but it's important as the chip leader to be relentless. You can't really let one hand deter you. And I know that happens sometimes. Sometimes you have this game plan and then it doesn't work out accordingly. And then you automatically feel like you need to switch gears. No, you got to keep your foot on the gas.
I mean, the card distribution hasn't exactly favored big confrontations between any of these players.
Yeah, and definitely the stack sizes are getting to a point where the shorter stacks are not going to have a whole lot of room to maneuver, especially because they lose some of their fold equity naturally because of the bounty. So they're going to have to play a little bit tighter for their tournament life, generally speaking.
Well, Aki has clawed back the chips that they just lost and back up over $250 million. Love saying that number. However, Ace King is going to fight back here.
That's definitely nice to see, though, Aki opening so wide, because they should. They certainly have a significant enough chip lead to do that.
Evan 8 says, how has Nacho got a $100 bounty? Actually, $124.61 to be precise. How many people has he KO'd? It's an interesting one. The lobby doesn't keep track of the number of KOs. It displays how much players have won, but it's not always easy to work out how many players they've eliminated, because if you think about it, it is a progressive KO. So the bounties are going up as the game goes on. It could be that Nacho has only knocked out one player, for example, but the player they knocked out already had a significant head prize. Don't have that information to hand, unfortunately.
Two gut shot straight draws here. One to the wheel, but one to the higher straight. Both needing each other's cards, though, to make it, but certainly going to continue for both hands. I like this check raise by the 6-5. You have the gut shot. You have the backdoor flush draw possibility. Also, with DGR opening on the button, this doesn't really necessarily favor their range if their opening range is going to be wider from late position. So you can benefit a lot from getting folds from this check raise without having to make your hand. And now you've got a double gutter.
Yeah.
So things are looking up.
Got to follow through now. Having made that move on the flop, you now got to do it. Stick it in his eye on the turn. 29 million. And DGR does have the best hand with ace high, but feels the pressure and folds. And Aki is getting closer to the 300 million mark. Why is there a bounty? Never seen it before. Because the format of this tournament has bounties. It's a progressive knockout. And if you've never seen it before, enjoy. You know, it's a different dynamic. And as Maria's explained a couple of times this evening, the whole bounty dynamic, less relevance at the final table, where the payouts are big and people are not going to be overly influenced by the head prizes versus moving their way up the money ladder. But if you're wondering why first and second appear to pay the same, the answer is they don't. Because when you are the last player standing, that final knockout, you take the last bounty, plus you keep your own bounty as well, and that puts a sizable difference between the winner and the runner-up.
Don't fold, don't fold, don't fold, no.
Folded. He folded.
I don't like it. I mean, 15 bigs effective plus the bounty. You're going to be up against a lot of the king, queen, jack, queen, jack suited, smaller pairs. Obviously, hands that have you dominated are going to raise, call it off, and not just shove, right? So I don't love it.
You have disappointed Maria Ho. I hope you're happy now, Aki. The prize pool, by the way, guys, is pretty much divided in two. It's not exactly 50-50 because, of course, the bounties have to balance out across all the players in the field. So the regular prize pool... Oh, hang on. Ace-9 all in against King-Jack. That's a double up for Nacho. Doubles up through DGR, who's now on the shorter side. So the regular prize pool, $501,500. The bounty prize pool, $498,500. So pretty much 50-50.
Kind of surprised to see the fives fold. I think once a key is out of the pot in that situation where they were under the gun and they folded, you have a little bit of flexibility as Nacho, considering all of the stacks behind you, you have covered.
You're here once as I'm not a fan of bounty and KO bonuses. That's fair enough. I appreciate that tournaments like this aren't to everyone's taste, but trust me, this format has become ridiculously popular in recent years, and it is the format that most people want to play.
Ooh.
Okay, so the set of jacks versus the open-ended draw.
Yeah, certainly will continue betting and probably sizing up. Just a couple of draws out there. Don't want to let them see a card too cheaply. And of course, still want to get value from the ace-X type hands. It's kind of nice to turn a set on this type of board because card removal wise, you are unblocking the ace-X type hands that will be the most likely hands to call you.
Well, the straight draw folds as the blinds go up to 1.75 million, 3.5 million. Shouldn't be a level. And we've got King Queen for DGR starting the hand with 57.7 million. All in. What else folds? Ace Queen of Spades versus Ace Queen of Diamonds. Oh. Oh.
Oh no. Okay,
Maria.
I'm ready.
Chance for redemption.
Now I get a lot of anxiety leading up to it because there's so much pressure. You know, I gotta really relax, lean into the experience.
Oh, you might not get one. Ah, no diamond. And so this is a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Everyone
loves a chop pot. Better, see? We're getting better.
can't get worse. Remember, that's what somebody said in chat.
There you go.
Can only
There
go
you
up
go.
from here.
You're getting a 9. You're getting an 8. You're getting a 7.5. These are all scores
you guys
I would
flatter
accept.
me. You guys flatter me so.
That's a
Wow.
full house.
3.2. This guy. Row.
Well, Aki was drawing dead on the flop. Now the
Yeah,
board's
definitely.
I was going to say that now the board's become a little bit straighter, but does have that 10 blocker.
Yeah, but I wonder if they feel like there might not be too much value in betting. I just don't really see that many worse hands continuing. Your kicker's also not great. So sometimes you will see players pot control, check back here.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, that's now 4 of a kind. So we went from a full house to quads. And, I mean, you've got an 8 on... Well, I guess you've got a full house, but...
Yeah, I mean, that's just a bad river card for a key because...
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And that's a huge swing. Huge swing as a key drops below the 200 million mark and DGR's back up over 130 mil.
James, did you see that quads in the main event lost to a straight flush? That's a tough tournament for that to happen.
I didn't. I remember many years ago when I think it was on like one of the day ones, a royal flush beat quad aces on one of the outer tables of the World Series main event. But I wasn't aware it happened this year, or something similar.
Yeah, and it was on like day 4 or 5. It was deep.
Yeah, that's... I'm going to say unlucky.
Tough way to go.
Snowman's. Num num. Okay, Aki wants those chips back. Getting a little bit frisky now with King 3 of spades.
I do like this combination of hand 2-3 bet though, just because you got that big king in your hand, prevents a lot of the big premiums from your opponent. Ooh, not a good flop though.
No.
The suited variety helps, but wrong suit this time.
And having made the aggressive re-raise pre-flop, Aki slows down, checking the turn, overpair to the board, straight draw. What's not to like? $18 into 54.
Yeah, not much for a key. I mean, they have the gut shot to the lower end of the straight, 1 overcard to the board. Ooh, but they are aggressive.
Wow.
This is going to get them in some trouble, I think.
Timing a little bit off, potentially. Oh.
Yeah, well. DGR
Whoops.
just wants to end things right here, right now.
Well,
there's the club draw out there. There's the 5X type scenarios for an open-ender, so just want to shut it down.
yeah, and that is a change in the chip lead. DGR is now in the #1 position with more than 200 million. A key drops into second place. The Gozlov, so the Go Slow rather, says, these guys have never heard of ICM, clearly. I love it. It happens more often than you think, where you get these ridiculous confrontations between the two biggest stacks of the table while there's someone sitting there with like fewer than 10 bigs.
Yeah, you could see, though, that DGR has been willing to risk it for the biscuit just because I think they've seen how aggressive a key can play. And so a little bit is adjusting to the way that your opponents are playing. And they noticed that the chip leader was getting a little out of line. So sometimes you got to get into big pots and just hope you've got the best of it.
Yeah. Ace Jack of Hearts just limps the button. And this is interesting.
Sneaky.
Top versus the straight draw. $6 million from Nacho.
Yeah, and I would say that this type of board texture favors the limping range from the button quite a bit, actually. There's going to be a lot of, just gets the fold out of DGR.
Yeah. And Based for Life is really short right now. I know that Lixum isn't exactly comfortable, but Base for Life is running on vapor right now. All in with King 6. 7-6 for a key.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I think if a key had the stack that they had before that big conversation with DGR, they would have just called for, what was it, 5 bigs or so. But I think they're feeling a little shell-shocked right now.
Ten-9 has opened. Queen Jack in the big blind. King high flop. So DGR holding on to the chip lead right now and applying the pressure. King 8 still ahead on an ace, ace 6 flop. DGR trying to get to the 250 million mark. Round to the small blind. Base for Life. I mean, seems like a shoving spot. Problem is, you're going to get called by so many hands here.
Yeah, so in the chips goes, but DGR not that live considering all the cards that have been folded.
Well, the 6 on the turn, but the 10 on the river, and Base for Life survives. Doubles up and is pretty much tied in last place now with Lixum.
Yeah, another clear shove spot here for Base, but passes it up.
Well,
wow.
Let's just draw attention to the money jumps, Maria, because they're always worth highlighting. I know we've got the payouts on screen at all times, but next player out, just shy of $19,000, but then you're looking at 27K for fourth, and then 39K for third, before we get to those 52K prizes for first and second, with the final bounty separating the winner from the runner-up. Ace 5 all in, 9-7 calls, priced in. Ace high holding. Ace high is good, and Lixum doubles up as DGR drops below the 200 million mark.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this king queen is not necessarily a better spot though than king jack from the button, right? I think in that scenario, based with the king jack on the button against the small blind of DGR plus the big blind of Lixum, who would have had to call off most of their stack, or I think their tournament life even. But you know, I'm glad to see the king queen shove still.
King deuce all in.
Oh.
Yeah. Ace, queen opens under the gun, and this could be a battle of the two shortest stacks. Based for life will be the player at risk here, but has the much better hand. Just has to fade an ace. And queens are good. Base for life doubles up. 89 million now. And it's Lixum in the danger zone with fewer than 10 big blinds. A6 for DGR on the button. Raises. Lixum, king, queen in the small. And a key in the big with the bond. 7-5 suited. Will probably fold that. DGR might call this, though, with an ace.
Yeah, I think they're definitely priced in now, especially with the bounty.
And that ace-high flop pretty much seals the deal. Too little, too late for Lixum on the river. And Nick Walsh's friend Liam is eliminated in 5th place, cashing for nearly $19,000 plus 5K in bounties. Chips go to DGR, who's back over 200 million. 4 players remaining now.
The key wanting to play this suited connected hand in position. Not a great flop for either, but DGR does have the betting lead.
And clubs are a factor. DGR with the club draw, and queen high is the best hand right now.
Yeah, flop went check, check, so I think sometimes you could take this equity as a delayed c-bet.
Wow, full pot. Gets the fold as the blinds go to 2 million, 4 million. So I just checked my calendar, Maria, and I think I'm right in saying that you are doing 3 in a row, 3 Mondays in a row. We've got you next week and the week after, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, I think you're making up for lost time.
I'm gonna have to check my calendar. You may be right, James, but...
Well, if I'm wrong, let me know, because I'll need to take evasive action. The one person who won't be here for the next 2 weeks is Mr. Stapleton, who we're releasing from the PokerStars Arena so he can go and do comedy stuff.
Right, I hear that.
So Mr. Walsh will be my partner in crime, my sidekick for the next 2 weeks. And Maria will bring the glamour and the top-tier analysis.
Pocket eights, probably want to just go with it. I mean, I know that they're stacked shorter than you, but it's just a spot where you know DGR is going to be opening quite wide off of that chip lead, and definitely unexploitable.
Pair of nines currently ahead. Still good. 9s and 7s. Kind of feeling for a key a little bit, Maria, having had that huge advantage for such a long time, and now looking very vulnerable.
Yeah,
Just
but
lost
it's definitely
another
about.
pot.
Yeah, got a quick call out of top pair there. I mean, he definitely, or they definitely have enough to still play with. They aren't necessarily in a position where they're completely out of it, but of
Yeah.
course, you know, they will need to pick up a few hands. They need to bounce back. I think that they were victim to the fact of kind of overstepping their bounds a little bit as the chip leader, pushing the action a little bit too
Yeah.
much. Got in a little bit of trouble that way.
Jack 3 versus Jack 7. And a key with the better kicker, facing a bet of 4 million. Calls, hearts, working for DGR, and I wonder if a second barrel might get the job done here. $18 million is the pot, is the bet. And just a gut shot for a key.
Yeah, I mean, what can you really do against these sizings? You know, it's just
Nothing.
impossible to kind of realize
Yeah.
your equity. So if you're not already there, if you
Yeah.
don't have a strong enough hand, it's really tough.
Let's get Mr. Stapleton back into the mix, Maria. Hello, Joseph. Sorry
Howdy.
to surprise you like that. We were talking about you, and I didn't want you to think that we were doing it behind your back. I was just saying that I think Maria's doing 3 in a row. Maria's doing the next 2 streams before we go to Barcelona. But you won't be here for those. This is your last Sunday Million before the EPT Barcelona stream.
That's correct. Yeah, you guys were cool enough to get me a couple of Sunday Millions off so that I could pursue some of my stand-up comedy stuff. A week from, actually not a week, on Sunday, this coming Sunday, I'll be doing a show down the road from EPT Nottingham. And a few days later, I start my brief Edinburgh run. I've got 6 nights in Edinburgh, and then we move on to EPT Barcelona after that.
Yeah. And after that, I believe that we have 1 week off the Sunday Million. Mr. Walsh will be deployed to handle that. And then we're going to be into WCOOP. The WCOOP dates are out, by the way. It's going to be the first effective 4 weeks of September. So we'll be streaming WCOOP. So this will be your last Sunday Million, potentially for a couple of months.
Until the fall, yeah.
What are you
Is Stapes getting too big for us? Like, what's going on?
I mean,
Are you
physically,
that busy?
we know he's he's trying to get it under control, Maria. I mean, let's be
He's
be
put
be
down
nice.
a lot of hot dogs on breaks, guys. Let's keep it real.
It's not so much the hot dogs as it is the 40 beers I drink every time I do stand-up. But yeah, it's I'm a little homesick already. I'm leaving tonight on a red eye, and I'm not going to be back until September. So
Well, in that case, I want you to make the most of what time we have left with this week's Sunday Million. Maria, I'm going to bow out, but suffice to say it's been a pleasure. Great to have you back, and love the fact that we're going to be making up for lost time in future weeks.
Yeah, good to be back. I will be seeing you again very soon, both online and in person.
You will indeed. Take it home, good buddy Joey.
thanks, James. Appreciate you. See you later. See you in a couple of weeks. See you in Barcelona. Just me and Ho.
What's crazy is that I have to go to Barcelona to see you. Don't see you in Vegas. Don't see you when you're in LA. But, you know, sure, in Barcelona, why not?
Yeah. Yeah. that's how it works sometimes with people in our business. My girlfriend and I had discussed, I don't know if it's going to happen or not because, you know, plans fall through. We were maybe going to go on vacation with Spraggy and Marley after Barcelona.
I don't know what a vacation looks like. I haven't taken a vacation in 2.5 years, maybe.
I don't think I've ever had a vacation in my adult life that was not tacked on to a work trip or a wedding.
Didn't you have some type of like Barbados trip you would ask me about potentially maybe going on? What happened to that?
The pandemic happened to that.
Oh, dang. Rough.
Basically, it was like an auction item in a charity. It was like 7 nights
Right.
in
That's what it was.
Barbados, and it had a year expiration date, and we didn't use it. We called them and we said, "Hey, can we extend it a year?" They said, "No problem." And then the pandemic happened. So we're talking like 5 years ago. This thing. So I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure it's not good anymore.
I don't know. I'd still, it's worth checking on. Okay. Look into it.
It is worth checking out. I think that the plan is to go to, oh boy, DGR Poker. Poker.
Yeah.
Ace tray suited. Pocket aces for a key. The second shortest stack.
How does Aki want to play this? Just going to go for the shove. No messing around. Does DGR want to try to go for the KO?
And they do. Huge favor for Aki, but there's 2 hearts on the flop.
Oh.
If you're going to spew into this. Ah! Oh, actually, what's already in there is pretty gross. That is
Unfortunate.
awful. Aki from hero to 0, out in 4th place. Ace is cracked. More cash for DGR Poker, who has a bounty of $7,400. That's got to be close to the biggest we've seen on the stream.
Huge.
Absolutely massive.
And now DGR kind of has free reign when you're looking at that 35 mil short stack. You know that that base is going to play pretty snug when involved in pots with DGR.
And a 2-heart flop again.
Oh,
This time,
ooh,
Nacho makes the nut flush. Double up for the short stack. King on king, another 2-heart flop. King 6 does make the fold. 333 million chip stack. Just a third of a billion over there for DGR Poker.
Yeah, still a really good spot for DGR despite having doubled up Nacho.
What about this limp here?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, maybe they were going to limp shove over a raise, perhaps. I feel like just
I don't even
open
like that
shoving-
as the plan.
Yeah,
'Cause we're-
I mean, I don't love it either, but surely they weren't going to fold to a raise.
Other than my name being Joe and not Shirley, I just don't understand why you would let someone get a free flop with this stack size.
Yeah, and now they've outflopped you. Will DGR be able to catch up?
So far, not so good. King misses DGR.
Yeah, kind of tough because it feels a lot like your opponent might have an 8x or a 6x, but DGR doesn't feel like in this spot they're going to be able to bluff them off their hand successfully. Nice value bet out of Nacho.
Yeah, pretty tough at this point to have this sort of gumption to value bet the river, but obviously the way the hand goes down, your eighth probably going to be pretty good here most of the time.
Yeah, and DGR giving this a think with Queen High because, you know, you're beating 7x, right, or 5x. You're beating some of those gut shot straight draws, the open-enders that would have continued.
Poker 619 asking, are all the Sunday Millions going to be bounty tournaments from now on? Yes, permanent bounty status for the Sunday Million.
Perma PKO.
And Patrick has confirmed that even 8 in chat here said this wouldn't be DGR's first big stars cash. He won a scoop last year for 90K. That's cool. Good pick up there. Tracks. Gut shot. Draw here for
DGR
Nacho.
loses some points, though, for the screen name, I've got to say.
The sad thing about your online poker handle, Maria, is that it's forever. And a lot of us made our online poker handles when we were 19 years old, 21 years old, 23 years old. And putting something like poker in it, both at the age I was 23 and the year I was 23, I just say, there but for the grace of God goes I. Like, I could have very easily been someone with a poker
Yeah, I mean,
screen name.
To be fair, one of my exes, who was the sweetest of the sweeties, Noah, his screen name on one of the sites is MILF Seeker 69. So, you know,
Yeah.
we do give a pass. You're right.
Doesn't have to be a pass, but just maybe not the worst person in the world because, you know,
No,
15 years ago.
right. I said they lost a few points. Certainly not even close to being the worst person in the world.
This 5 on the river makes a pair for based somehow. Catching up with deuce 5. And Nacho with maybe a little too many big blinds. He had to go crazy with the king high. Let's see what DGR does this time with an ace. Just shoves and gets a fold from queen 10. My brother's PokerStars handle is Beaver Sandwich.
Oh, goodness.
So ace jack for based. I feel like this threads up could go pretty long, just based on the fact that that the two other stacks are nearly even.
Yeah, I mean, we would need a couple of setup hands pre-flop. I think post, they're both going to be playing small ball if possible.
Nine 10 on the button for Nacho. Folds to the big blind, to the chip leader. Uh-oh. Aces for Nacho and based.
Yeah, I mean, especially against an open. If base just open shove, then obviously I think Nacho folds. But here, you know, Nacho may want to just put it in, but looks like they're going to call. Both options are fine.
What do you think is more profitable there? I guess, yeah, is it shoving or calling?
I think if we're playing for chips, then A shove
Shoving,
is
right?
very,
Yeah.
very profitable. But, you know, you do, again, want to be careful when there is ICM. But again, you're up against a stack that would basically be calling off for their life to do so. So it's not really a spot where many players would have a strong enough hand to be able to call against your shove. But you also don't want to risk your tournament life unnecessarily. And sometimes people might feel like that might not be a necessary spot to take.
Yeah, I almost included the for chips caveat.
For chips. I'm very hungry, Stapes. I definitely did not eat on my break. I mean, I should have taken a page out of your book. Didn't have any
Sure.
hot dogs handy.
Should I keep talking about chips? You want to
Yeah.
play for chips?
Yes.
Let's have some chips. My diet has been particularly bad lately because I've been on the road. You know, I've done.
Oh, and in the Midwest as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus, I'm so susceptible to those billboards in the Midwest. So, like, we stopped at Culver's. We stopped at Dairy Queen. I called my girlfriend and told her we're keeping the baby. The billboards, like, really get to me in that part of the country.
Wait. Tell me about Culver's because I've been watching. Okay, my Instagram feed algorithm populates a ton of food videos because that's what I like. And I've been seeing a lot about Culver's. Tell me, is it good? Because
I've been to Culver's a bunch of times, and it's something I look forward to when I go to the Midwest. It's frozen custard and burgers, just the most buttery, like just decadent hamburgers. Really, really good. Yeah, like too much. Like when I go to places like that, because I don't have access to it all the time, I tend to like over order because I'm like, oh, I want to try the jalapeno poppers and this burger and like some of these and both kinds of these fries. And it's so greasy and gross and terrible for you. Like if I could just have like a burger and like a couple of fries, it would probably be fine. But nope, I'm like, I got to try everything. And the ice cream, of course.
I heard that they have a really good cheese sauce. Did you have that?
Yes, the cheese sauce, like they have cheese curds with cheese sauce. That's another thing you got to get when you're at Culver's.
I love cheese curds. Oh my gosh, I love cheese curds.
Yeah.
That's why I love poutine for the cheese curds.
Yeah, it's just phenomenal stuff.
Okay, where's the closest state I can go to get Culver's? How far would I have to go?
It's a good question.
Anybody in chat? This is where the power of chat. You guys could really help me out here.
Colorado, maybe as a Culver's.
Ooh.
Maybe.
I'm coming from LA, people, for those in chat who don't know where I live. I want to know the shortest possible flight I could take to get to the nearest Culver's.
Someone's saying Arizona. You know what? I think they do have.
Really?
They might have a Culver's in Arizona.
I would go to Arizona for Culver's. Okay, now you guys are just trolling me with some of your responses.
Find your nearest Culver's
To be
restaurant. We got a
expected.
Culver's locator, everybody. Hold on. I don't want to enter my email, Culver's.
That's how they get you.
There's 37 Culver's in Arizona, so there we go. Good call, whoever said
Ooh.
Arizona.
Oh, I'm done. That'll be my first post-pandemic vacation. Arizona for Culver's. Why not?
DGR, the ace jack under the gun. Ace 9 for Nacho. Oh, wow. Just the open shove from DGR. I feel like, I don't know, I'm playing results, right? I'm playing hold cards up. I feel like you could maybe have gotten shoved on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Ace 9 is going to be ahead of a lot of DGR's button opening range.
Yeah.
So I definitely think Ace Jack is just so strong, especially when you have such a big chip lead. You just got to raise and hope that somebody will shove and you'd be so happy to call there.
Base shoves A7 suited, gets it through.
Ooh, little bit of a setup here.
Oh my goodness, sure is. TT versus JJ. And
I mean,
base
you should
all
be
but all in. There it
fist pumping.
goes.
You should be
A
fist
jack
pumping
and a
to
10
get
on the
intense.
flop.
Ooh.
No quads on the river, no chop pot. No straight, no nothing. Based for life. Busto for life. No, just kidding. They did quite well here. Out in third place. Let's see how much in bounties they took home. $39,000 plus just over $2,500 in bounties. And DGR Poker can probably ramp up the aggression slightly against Nacho, who in 6 minutes will have fewer than 10 big blinds. Nacho takes the first hand of heads up down. Good call, Evan 8. I've been ignoring this, but to have made it to heads up with a $124 bounty is pretty impressive, Nacho. So I did go to, I remembered I went to Culver's in Arizona one time. And I was on the way back from a road trip. And I drove away before checking everyone had the right amount of food, and I didn't get mine. And it made me really, really mad.
Nothing upsets me more than when I, this is definitely first world problems. I'm probably going to get shit for this. But when I order something from Postmates and they forget something or they bring me somebody else's food, because you have this expectation you've built up in your head, like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to eat this. And it's just the wrong order, or it's not even in there. And it's very disappointing to get the wrong order or no order.
Especially when you're hungry, because you just turn hangry. That's why there's like so many horror stories of people in Hollywood like freaking out over folks getting their food wrong. It does enrage you. So top pair for Nacho versus a flush draw from DGR. That's such a first world problem, says Giumas. Is hunger a first world problem? I don't think it is. Thank you for your comment. You banned. Pretty sure hunger is a pretty universal problem. Ten on the river, lock it up for Nacho.
Yeah, 10 is a little bit of a scare card, of course, for the queen, but still, I don't really think that they would fold. And I'm not even sure DGR will go for it either, because Nacho can certainly have quite a few 10Xs as well.
And Nacho's been faring pretty well since heads up started. Now is likely to win this pot as well. King, queen, 10. What a flop. What a flop for Nacho. Flops the straight, but the better flush draw for poker.
Yeah, I mean, both players feeling like they have a really good hand right now. I mean, Jack of Clubs is so strong in DGR's hand. Little do they know that they're going to need to...
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Second nut flush versus the royal.
A royal flush for DGR Poker. And the absolute best, second best hand you can have.
How do you get more money in the pot? I mean, Nacho obviously just going to call here. Not a whole lot of reason to raise. You don't have the nuts. You have the second nuts. You want to keep all the worst hands in there.
A royal flush on stream.
Yeah, certainly.
And Nacho just calls. Maria, are you worried about a royal flush here if you're in Nacho's spot?
Not really. No,
Right?
I mean, there's one hand that beats you, and you know, again, it's not a hand that Nacho is going to necessarily be raising with the second nut flush, but obviously they're not going to be folding. It just doesn't make sense.
There's 35 million full pot bet.
Yeah, which is really nice sizing. Obviously, it polarizes DGR's range, so it makes it so that they either have the one hand that beats Nacho here, or they don't have it. So I don't see how Nacho could get away. I mean, especially with the way DGR has been playing.
Not going to get away, but doesn't have to go broke. There's not a huge point to raising here.
No, of course not. Of course not. It's just a matter of, I don't even know if I would take this long to call.
Oh my goodness!
No, stop it.
Nacho
Stop it right
folds.
now.
The
No,
only hand
no.
beating Nacho is a
No.
royal flush,
I
and the
can't.
royal flush was had. Nacho, what a
Not even for their
fold.
tournament life, though. Do you know what I'm saying? That was half of their stack, and they didn't even want to pay to see it against a polarizing bet size. I don't know about this. This is weird, Stapes.
And doubles up on the very next hand. Nacho, look, we see a chip discrepancy this big. We assume that the chip leader is going to win. But at this point, if Nacho were to somehow make a comeback, I don't know that I've seen a more deserved comeback than being able to fold, than assuming, again, I don't know, maybe it's a terrible fold. Maybe it's so bad, but you know what? It was a great fold. That was insane. That was incredible. Like, I don't know how you make a read like that. I'm going to give full credit. Nacho with a gut shot. Nacho with a pair of tens.
I can't get over that fold, honestly. I don't.
Oh,
I don't know what I'm
Omeas.
seeing.
Omeas who's saying it wasn't straight flush versus straight flush. It wasn't, but there was only one card
Yeah.
beating him. So it
Yeah,
might
it's
as well
still
have
the
been.
second nuts, guys. Like against the, but also don't forget the polarizing bet size.
Two pair now for Nacho. This heads-up match has been all Nacho, even when DGR Poker manages to have the card distribution to make a royal flush. Nacho's just like, I'll just fold. No big deal.
Unbelievable.
And DGR bluffing with queen high and gets, okay, now maybe we just overfold. I don't know. Headed on break. Nacho faring pretty well. Could very well be broke or have three big blinds. But no, makes that fold and then has more chips to double up on the very next hand. So DGR Poker still out in front with 360 million. Nacho with 135 million. So better than a 2-to-1 chip lead for DGR, but the momentum, the spirit right now appears to be with Nacho. Maria, you mentioned that you didn't have a really good World Series, but didn't you win a massive amount of money playing the 25K fantasy draft? Like, how many ways is that money being split?
There were 4 people that had a piece of the team, and I didn't have the biggest piece. Korai did. But yeah, no, that was obviously a good result. No, the series overall was fine. I think if you come away from the series breaking even, that's always as good as you could expect. I mean, I think a lot of players go in there probably even expecting to lose, right? There's just going to be so much variance. The fields are so massive. I just on my own accord with my tournament results, had a profitable series. And then, of course, the 25K fantasy definitely helped. But I mean, I spent a lot in buy-ins. You also add up all the expenses for being out there for almost 2 months, and a lot of the dinners that you pay for. It adds up.
Who is your best? Who is your biggest winner? Your best horse on the 25K team?
Oh, Korai, he went for $2 and put up the second most points, I think, in the whole league, second only to Dan Zach, who ended up winning Player of the Year.
Korai only went for $2. Why is that? That people just think that he wasn't going to have 2 good World Series in a row? Just like, oh, it's not going to flip heads twice.
Partially that, and I think people didn't realize that he was going to play all the mixed game events, because a lot of the selection in terms of what players go for more dollars or points is based on the fact that you have to be proficient in all the games, because there's going to be a lot of mixed games on the schedule. You need a player that's going to be playing everything, and I don't think people knew. We had the inside info, obviously, because Korai bought a piece of the team. So he was obviously incentivized to share this information, to be like, okay, draft me. I'm going to play all the mixed stuff. I've been learning from one of the best, Johannes Becker, who plays a lot of the high stakes mixed cash games. And we knew that other people didn't. So they let us get Korai for a huge steal.
Yeah, that sounds ridiculously cheap for someone that's already proven to themselves that they can score huge at the World Series. How much did Dan Zach go for? Do you remember?
Maybe somewhere in the neighborhood of 70. I mean, everybody knows it wasn't like he was under the radar, right? Everybody knows that Dan Zach is a really good player. I mean, no one could have conceivably expected him to have the type of series that he had. It was the summer of the Dans, because Dan Smith won a bracelet. Dan Zach won Player of the Year, plus 1 or 2 won bracelet. I'm not sure. But also Daniel Strelitz
Right. Yep.
won a bracelet as well. So a good summer for Dan's.
And who was the biggest disappointment on your team? You can word it however you want, but you know what I'm getting at.
Oh, well, this one is easy. John Hennigan, because he didn't even play. He didn't show up. He didn't play a single tournament. He went for $1. But John Hennigan's kind of that wild card. You buy him at $1 because it's a great steal. You know that John Hennigan will show up. He's a tremendous poker player. But the question is will he show up? And we didn't really know for sure. When I messaged him to get that info before we drafted him, he said he wasn't sure, but I still thought that for $1, he was a steal. So we were just going to gamble on the fact that maybe he would come, play a few tournaments, and put up some points, but he didn't. So it's easy to say that he was the worst, and I don't even feel like he would be offended, right? The guy didn't even come to the series.
That's so weird. He's such an interesting guy. I had this experience, and I'm sure you guys have all gone through this once in your life, where I thought I saw him somewhere and it wasn't him. And then a couple weeks later, I did see him somewhere. I saw him playing pool at like a dive bar in Vegas just before the World Series. So he was around. Interesting he didn't play. But speaking of play, I think action is about to get back underway in this heads-up match. And we are sweating this comeback by Nacho. No offense to DGR, but what a story it'll be if Nacho's able to make that laydown, losing to only 1 card in the deck. And there were some good points about that hand brought up during the break. One of them was like, obvious, maybe Nacho does overfold if you look at the number of bounties you see here. It's entirely possible Nacho is not showing down enough hands, or maybe just also is just avoiding going broke. Never has the best hand. Who knows? But the 2 pair fold might have been a little tight there too on the last hand before the break.
Yeah, I mean, I think that as an exploit, it's probably not a bad fold, because it's not a spot a lot of players would take, right? It's not a spot that when 1 card makes a royal flush, that players are going to take a polarizing bet size as a bluff. I get that thought process for sure, but I still just think that a lot of people would have paid to see it, especially when it wasn't for their tournament life. But in that case, Nacho happened to be right. Looks like a genius. Moving on.
Too hard flop here for Nacho, behind to ace high at the moment. And there is the flush on the turn. Another pot that is going to go Nacho's way. Assuming DGR doesn't shove and Nacho folds the third nut flush.
Yeah, it's a pretty good time to start making hands right now, especially against an aggressive opponent heads up.
Another ace for DGR. Hippie asking if Nacho wins, will he get less money than DGR? So the difference, the bounty difference they're playing for right now is about 16-4. $16.5. And DGR has already made 16,000 in bounties. So yeah, they'll be very, very close in payouts if Nacho ends up winning. $16.2, thank you. Whatever it is. Nacho flops a pair, a spade, and a gut shot draw. And gets 10 high to fold. So we went from Royals to 10 tray and 9-6. Can we get something in between? And a two pair for Nacho. Nacho continuing to run pretty hot since heads up started. Other than the, you know, the time that he hit the second nuts versus the nuts, but managed to fold anyway.
Yeah, and again, against a pretty aggressive player, it's good to slow play a lot of your big hands. They're gonna, at some point, try to bluff, especially if you check twice to them.
Something asking, you do get you do get the 8K bounty. If Nacho knocks out DGR, Nacho will get the 8K plus their own bounty. But since DGR already has 16,000 in bounties, that only put Nacho at around 8K since they only have 100. So it'll be, I guess DGR is guaranteed to make more at this point, regardless of what happens.
Yeah, and we see DGR employing that really big pot size bet on the turn. Probably going to go for it on this river. I mean, this would have worked against one pair hands. Definitely not against two pair. Nacho still giving it a think, but considering they, you know, just check called turn and checked river, it's definitely a call.
It just gets a little bit confusing because you get the 8K for knocking out DGR plus what would have gone onto your own bounty plus your own bounty. And that's why we say you add the bounty at the end, you add the bounty together and double it, and that's what the final, basically the final hand is worth, the final knockout.
Nacho trying to get even Steven.
Pretty,
with.
I mean, look, you see that too. You see that, you know, you both have a deuce to start your number. That's pretty damn close. Top two pair for Nacho.
And I have to say, I don't mind DGR employing these really large bet sizes. And so far, they've been somewhat balanced, right? They went for full pot when they had the royal. And then just now, they went pot on the turn and over pot on the river with nothing. So as long as you're able to remain balanced with these types of bet sizings, then I like it. I think you put a lot of pressure on all of your opponent's weak holdings. Um, and hopefully because of that, you'll end up getting paid off lighter in another spot.
Button fold from Nacho. Ultimate Team says that that fold is the most beautiful poker moment they'd ever seen. Both players whiffing pretty hard here. King at queen, queen on the flop, one diamond. Well, that's gonna be enough for DGR to bet and take it down. Ace Jack versus Jack 7. Nacho first to act. And Queen 9 trade, 2 diamonds. Nacho with the ace of diamonds. DGR with the jack of diamonds.
Yeah, Nacho just continuing to have the best of it a lot. Again, dominating DGR.
Sinister asking who is from New Zealand. That would be DGR. Nacho from Argentina. And Nacho back over the 210 million mark again. And this flop is ace, queen, deuce, 2 hearts. Top pair for Nacho. Two very playable heads-up hands here. Ace 5, king 10, and it's an ace, ace 8 flop trips for poker.
Yeah, DGR finally connecting with the board after a couple of whiffs. King high, definitely good enough to look up one bet here.
Yeah, this might be the first biggest pot we see Nacho lose in a while.
Yeah, now turning some additional equity with a Broadway draw. Still not a shabby run out so far for King High either, especially against an aggressive player, right? I think that if you expect DGR to attack a lot of these types of board textures, considering they were the pre-flop aggressor, then some King X's are going to look them up. Oh.
And Nacho drills the gut shot on the river. Broadway versus trips. Checks it.
Giving DGR some more rope. DGR actually just has such a strong hand, though, not even going to be bluffing here, thinking that they're going to value bet happily this river. Goes for about half pot.
And gets a just call, and that is old flippy floppy skipping the even Stevens and going straight to Nacho out in front.
Yeah, but DGR might bounce back with the kings here. We'll see what comes on the flop.
Pretty big pre-flop raise, I guess, trying to induce a shove. Didn't get it. Pocket sevens for DGR. King 10 for Nacho. What's the effective stack right now? Not like which one is it, but like how many big blinds?
I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 bigs or so. 33. We're at 6 million big, right? So
Yeah.
DGR has a little over 180 because, well, I mean, depends on who wins his pot, but what's in the middle, half of that is obviously theirs. So
Top pair for Nacho on a board where sevens would be good a fair amount of the time.
yeah, and still has that straight draw as well. Probably not going to be folding right away here. Oh, and gets there.
Well, at least everyone's taking turn making gut shots. James says, my goodness, these runouts. How much will the value bet be? 61 million in the middle. $41 million the bet.
Yeah, I mean, but that is one of the worst rivers, right? Because it completes the flush, straights get there, and you don't block any of those with the king 10, right? You have no heart, you don't block queen jack, you don't block 7x. Good
Nacho
getaway.
makes the fold. Another correct fold with a fairly strong hand, especially for heads up. But hopefully used all the same rationale Maria was using. Four five versus 8-5, 8-5 with a gut shot. Double gutter. Yeah, hearts on the turn. Not a good card for anyone. Nacho trying to decide what to do with 5 high.
Yeah, I mean, so far we haven't really seen Nacho needing to bluff, right? A lot of the times they had the best hand, they were bluff catching, but it's good to see that when needed, they feel like, okay, this is a good spot for them to take, and that they're willing to bluff when they're not making hands.
Another couple of raggy hands. Both players miss. Nope, that's a pair of deuces. I'm counting it. That is not a miss.
It feels like it is, though. It's just a pair of deuces.
Not good enough for the win. Nacho still leading. Started this heads-up match, what, a nearly 3-1 dog?
Yeah, both players playing pretty well, though. I think that they're making the most of the hands that they're dealt and the opportunities that they're given. And so far, things are just going Nacho's way a little bit more, but DGR has been able to make a couple hands themselves and come back.
Every time you say Nacho, I hear not Joe.
Not Joe.
Things are not Joe's
Joe,
way.
Man.
Nacho with a playable hand, facing a raise from King 8 off. Ace Jack Trey. 1 diamond. Boy, I hope I make my flight tonight.
What time are you taking a red eye? Where's your next destination?
I'm taking a midnight flight to Newark, New Jersey to go see my demon nieces
Stop.
for 1 day. 9 on the river, that's going to be good for Nacho. So at the start of Heads Up, it was 437K versus 62K. So I was way off on a 3-to-1 chip lead. We're talking like 7-to-1 chip lead for DGR. Another great flop for Nacho. 2 pair. DGR with nothing but a gut shot. Yeah, so I do one day with the Demon Nieces, and then I'm driving to Atlantic City to meet up with Ronnie Barta, Tana Karn, John Caldwell, Gary Gates. We're all going to go to the National Sports Card Convention.
Wow, what a crew.
Yeah. And
Okay,
I'm
well-
there for 2 nights, and then I'm off to Nottingham. Drop by the UK EPT, do a little Edinburgh preview show. I'm doing a 45-minute show in Edinburgh, and I haven't thought for 1 second about what it's going to contain.
What's your go-to place that you are going to eat at in Jersey?
I've only been to Atlantic City like once before in my life,
Oh,
so I don't have a favorite spot.
so you're taking recommendations then.
I am taking recommendations for sure.
I don't have one. I'm just telling chat, letting them know.
Oh, okay.
I don't have one. I've not been to Atlantic City very often, maybe a few times, but I never left the casino. So all my recommendations are not going to be the local hotspot. Oh, there's a sandwich place that people always tell me about. I'm sure somebody's going to say it in chat. I forget what it's called, but maybe something Brothers. Pamonti, I don't know. Some sandwich spot that everybody says, oh, it's so good. Premonti, I don't know. Never mind. Someone's going to get it.
White House Sub Shop, that sounds familiar to me. 3 Brothers from Sicily. 3 Brothers Pizza.
Pizza.
Not ringing a bell.
No, none of those.
Berardi
couple
Brothers.
of suited hands.
Another heart on heart situation. This time, unlikely a flush will be made. Pair of 3s, quite good at the moment for Nacho. Premonti Brothers, does that sound?
Yes.
That's it?
That is it. Google
Nice
it.
work, Boofy. Jack of
What are
spades
the-
on the river.
what's the
3
Yelp
still
say?
good. Nacho with a better than 2-to-1 chip lead now. Checks. Will they face a bluff from DGR?
Yeah, given the action, I don't think DGR thinks the ace high is going to be good unless they're just up against a busted flush draw. So yeah, looks like they are going to turn that ace high into a bluff, and they need to. Will Nacho? Nope, Nacho does not sniff that out.
Yes, I'm seeing that, Ray. Premonti Brothers is mostly Pennsylvania.
Okay, well then maybe I got the location wrong.
Pretty
but-
close. No, pretty close to Atlantic City. So if not in Atlantic City, probably pretty close by. I'm actually swinging by Philadelphia Airport to pick up Gary Gates and John Caldwell. So maybe we'll have a chance to stop by one of those spots while we wait.
Now I really want a Philly cheesesteak.
4, 6, 7, 8. Nope. Diamond, diamond, diamond. Nope. King high. Yep. Okay. King high. Tom, I am technically coming to Philly, but it's just to pick someone up at the airport. Going from Newark to Philly to AC. King high still good on this 6 river. Seems like plenty of showdown for both players. And it does go check, check. Monty Brothers is incredible. Defo worth taking a detour, says Brendan. Let's go, Brendan. Takes it down pre-flop. Pocket 7s. Significant raise. And King 6 suited versus 4-6. King high is winning. 4-6 with a gut shot. Some live outs with the 4. 6 no good. Queen of clubs on the turn.
DGR definitely has some equity, but decides to check. Doesn't really feel like this turn card is a good card for them to start semi-bluffing. And if that's the case, then this ace high river isn't going to be good either.
Alex Guillen says, restaurant lull. You're on thin ice, pal. I don't like lull. Just because we're not going to, I don't know, Mastro's doesn't mean it's not a restaurant. Cool your jets. Ace 10 versus King Queen. You're lucky this hand's happening. I can't find the ban button.
Oh, I think this is going to go in.
It does, in fact, go all in. 10 high flop. Nacho needs a king or a queen to win this. Can't find one. Double up. DGR. And now DGR with a 2-1 chip lead.
Yeah, pretty standard spot there for those stacks to collide.
And we continue on. 8-7 versus 8-7.
Stapes, are you into chess or not really?
I'd say less than not really. I know what all the
okay.
pieces do, and that's about it.
So do you care that Magnus Carlsen's not going to be playing in the championships, or not really?
I was
Not
reading
at all.
about that a little bit. I thought it was interesting. I didn't understand why it was controversial, but after reading some people's takes on it, I do think it's interesting. I just think it's something that it's too late for me. A7 versus 7-6. I thought it was cool that Magnus Carlsen showed up at the World Series.
I thought that was very cool. He played in a cash game at Bellagio as well, like right after he busted, a couple days after he busted from the main. I love that there's so many people just crossing over from chess into poker. I feel like that's super good for the game. Chess has obviously become a lot more popular since Queen's Gambit. I know that's how I got into chess. Actually, I didn't really know much at all, if anything, prior. And there's a lot of those big-time chess streamers that are playing a lot of poker these days.
A couple of folks in chat mentioning this. Did you see that there's the chess robot broke a kid's finger in Russia?
No, really?
Yeah.
Oh. Yikes.
Speaking of yikes, what a flop here for DGR. Middle pair flush draw. Nacho with the domination rotation, unfortunately. And Nacho bluffing for the first time in a long time and gets slapped right across the chops. Now limps in with Jack-9. And flops best yet again. Takes that one down. Jack-5 versus 4-5.
Yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot of folding pre-flop to a min raise, obviously. I think Nacho is starting to get to the stack size where we might start seeing some limping in. I think you definitely want to be incorporating some limps once your opponent gets to, 20, 25 bigs or less. Both limps, of course, as some traps with the intention of limp shoving, but also some limps with the hands that are not going to be good enough to really call a 3-bet. You don't want to put that many chips in pre with some of the speculative parts of your range, but it's certainly worth trying to get to the flop cheaply if possible.
DGR with Queen Jack, 3Xing. Kind of like the 3X after the limp. Wow, but gets shoved on.
Yeah, I like it. Kind of feels like DGR wishes maybe they just shoved for the 15 bigs effective.
DGR limping in now with 3 deuce. Why not? Why not if they're going to check back? Sure, look at that. But it's a pair of 9s for Nacho. DGR trying to get away with one here. Trying to pull a fast one. Does not get second pair to fold, which is now third pair.
Yeah, DGR obviously with the bottom of the range here, not going to be able to win
The
at
bottom of
showdown.
everyone's range.
Yeah, bottom of the ranges. So definitely always a good candidate to bluff if you know you have no showdown value. There's going to be times when naturally you will have to give up, but of course when you have a hand like this, it's going to be most players' tendency to just feel the need to bluff.
And DGR does in fact bluff Nacho off the pair of 9s with the full pop bet. Maybe at this point has learned that Nacho's pretty reluctant to call huge bets and over bets. Nacho
Yeah,
shoved there, got the fold.
And if that's the case, then I think the adjustment that DGR can make is to just try to chip away at their stack and not necessarily get in 15 bigs or 12 bigs effective pre-flop in a really small edge, high variance spot.
Well, This match hasn't really been super aggressive, and it's gotten even less aggressive over the last 10 minutes. You're lucky 5-4 that Tom timed you out before I could ban you. It's just so unoriginal. Oh, wait, Tom got you too, and you banned. If your first chat ever is to come in here and tell me I look hungover, what do you think's gonna happen?
I don't think you look that different than normal. So either you're always hungover, Stapes, or like cut the guy some slack.
Anyone who knows anything about alcoholism knows that alcoholics don't get hangovers. Shove from DGR. DK Gaming says, how much do you wish you had a ban button for hecklers at your stand-up gigs? I don't get heckled that much. It doesn't happen very...
From that one poker player in
At
Thunder
PCA?
Valley who...
Oh,
the
yeah.
female who thought she was hilarious, but not.
Yeah, I just, you know what it is? It's that I don't even consider that heckling. Like, I don't think about it when it's something like that because they just think that they're, like, it's a two-way conversation. I consider real heckling like someone that's, like, trying to mess my show up.
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen very often. But also, if it does, it gets put down pretty quickly because hecklers get thrown out in America. Straight on the turn for DGR. Could be trouble. Nacho with third pair again. And doesn't really go for a sizing that Nacho can be that comfortable calling.
Yeah, and Nacho so far has made some pretty big folds, and sometimes they were right, sometimes they were
Oh, what
wrong.
an action killer.
Yeah, and that definitely is an action killer.
Mr. Awesome USA, your question of why do they call it a unicorn and not a unihorn is not as clever a question as you think. Horn comes from the word cornu from Latin, which means horn. It actually meant horn before horn did.
Did you know the answer because somebody has already said this and used this whole unicorn, unihorn before, or are you just that smart?
I took Latin for 4 years in high school.
Wow. And where has that gotten you?
I don't know. I managed to make a living doing jokes about poker.
But not in Latin.
Not in Latin, no.
Latin is pretty obsolete language, but it's good for knowing the roots of a lot of words, and a lot of different languages originated from Latin, obviously, but not gonna do much for you otherwise.
It's come in very handy, like on stuff that I guess doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of life, like college SATs. And, you know, being able to figure out things on tests because I know the root word or trivia. But I guess I'm not using a ton of it to fumble my way through hand ranges. 7-5 with a gut shot. Losing to a pair of deuces.
Because deuces never loses. But they would have to call a half pot bet first. Oh,
And
never mind.
Nacho.
Deuces do lose.
It's entirely possible deuces will lose in this case. And as you can see, this is going to be a massive pot for Nacho to pick up. If, yeah, all you got to do is check back here. Nacho back up over 100 million. And pretty good flop for DGR.
Yeah, and
That's
it's
another
tough.
thing. LDev, thank you. Yeah, Latin's also handy. You know, as I'm traveling through Europe, if I'm in Italy or Spain or France, and I'm not fluent in those languages, I can be like, oh, well, I know the Latin root for this. So word for this is like, oh, this is food. This is road. This is whatever. So that's pretty helpful too for piecing together stuff from foreign countries. Sorry, Marie, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just saying that it's kind of tough when you're up against an opponent like Nacho when they get to this stack size because they don't really have a tendency to bluff too often, and they're not one to necessarily be inflating pots. So you really just have to chip away at them, hope for a standard pre-flop collision, but you're not really going to get much out of them if they don't have a hand.
And this is I was going to say, is a fairly coolerish type of situation for a heads-up match. But an action-killing, board-chopping, pot-splitting river card.
Song singing.
Song singing. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say.
Everyone loves
Everyone
a chop
loves
pot.
a chop pot. Maria
I
was in there
mean-
pretty early.
Me? You?
I had to try to catch up. Yeah.
But you know that I'm supposed to start right after you're done. Well, no, that's for James. I mean, does it matter? We're in the same place. I don't know what the delay is with you. Oh, it's annoying. I'm annoyed.
Queen 5 versus 8-5.
Why couldn't James just have come back for that and saved me from that when we practiced a few times today already?
We just sent Raksha to bed with that. Sorry. I think the poker gods are sending people to bed too with this heads-up match. 5-3, Queen 3, 8-3, 8-5, Jack 6, 6-5.
Can someone send me Taco Bell if they're sending things?
Pair of queens for DGR. That's Nacho who's betting. I think it's going to be bet once and shut it down here. Oh, that could be a reason to shut it down, actually. 2 pair now for DGR.
Yeah, a little showdown value for Nacho, but, you know, still not going to beat a 9x. But doesn't. Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, boy.
This could potentially get ugly.
I mean, this could be ball game.
I don't know. I never know what to think anymore since Nacho folded the second nuts. You know, it's just kind of like,
Yeah.
could it? Maybe, maybe not.
I mean, it could be. How likely it is given these two players, yes, remains to be seen. 21 million the bet. Nacho, this is just like a snap, just call. Let's go.
I mean, as
Nope.
played, a lot of people would just actually shove.
I'm even allowing for Nacho's tightness. A lot of folks in chat seem to think this is going to be over, that this is going to be a shove and a call. That seems very out of character. Just a call. DGR scoops a big one.
Even DGR can't believe it. DGR is like, really?
DGR back to a nearly 6-1 chip lead. And we're back to absolute garbage hands.
Garbage.
That's my favorite place to stay in Vegas, the Garbaggio. Super cheap.
Not a whole lot for either player. DGR has 6s and 3s, though. Probably just going to try to get to showdown. Not going to be easy to get value from much worse when you have that holding.
Wow. Wow.
Goes for value, but it, like I said, isn't going to get called very often. So.
I know that we see everything, right? We have all the information, not just during the hand, but afterward, right? We have the benefit of having all the information there. Knowing what I know, I don't think I'm value betting a pair of threes there. Because I don't see Nacho calling with worse.
It's definitely very likely that you, based on what we've seen, could take yourself to value town when you do stuff like that against this particular opponent.
But again, we have the benefit of knowing what the folds are that Nacho is making.
Yeah, like I'd be getting it in with 10-9 suited. It's like gamble, 10 bigs, like nice hand, lots of possibilities.
Has not made many appearances tonight, and is not going to take a flop, not going to shove. Ace King, there you go, Nacho. That's one we can all get behind.
Yeah, well, DGR does not have a hand to call with.
S3 on YouTube says, how did he fold that flush? That feels like it was yesterday. In fact, it was technically yesterday if you're in Europe. My goodness, these hands. These hands. Somebody is asleep at the wheel in the poker drama department.
I think that would be you, Stapes. Aren't you supposed to be our resident cranker?
Yes, but I'm not going to see my girlfriend for a while, so I promised her I wouldn't crank it before I left.
Like, this heads-up match has gone on so long. Or just, I mean, even like three-handed has gone on so long that my Celsius has worn off. That's how you know. I'm getting no energy from the Celsius I drank 4 hours ago.
It's been quite a while since we've seen a hand played through the streets. This is not going to be the hand that ends it.
But is there a chance for redemption for the Chop Pot song?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Nacho on a bit of a heater, climbing. Slowly taking those first steps up out of the basement. All right, well, we did get to a flop. Jack 8 tray, both players miss. C bet or whatever, A bet from King High. Should take it down. No bet. Jack in the turn.
No set, no bet.
Pretty tough to flop a set with these two hands. Alex says, Maria, you're the champion, in my humble opinion, FYI.
That is too kind.
All right, well, we've got King Jack for Nacho in the small blind, a.k.a. the button. The big blind special, nope, still doesn't work. Limps in.
Yeah,
DGR.
looks like they're trying to trap DGR here. If DGR even tries to raise this pot, Nacho's clearly going to be putting all the chips in.
That's
Here
it,
we
yeah.
go.
King Jack out in front before the flop, but that queen high flop is going to be it for Nacho. Could not catch the king after the queen spike on the flop. Kind of ended the way we thought it always would when the heads up started.
Yeah, it took the long route to get there, but I think in the end, DGR's aggression just really paid off.
Yeah, we thought Nacho maybe had a shot after laying down the second nuts when the only hand that was beating them was a royal flush. But no, Nacho does eventually fall in second place. $52,913 total. And DGR Poker, former Scoop champion, takes down this week's Sunday Million. $52,724 in advertised prizes. $32,793 for a total. Sorry, that's in bounties. For a total of $85,500. So a pretty big difference when all is said and done between first and second place, even though it only looked like it was going to be $10. Maria Ho, you're back next week for another Sunday Million, right?
I'm not sure about next week, but definitely the week after. I will be seeing all of you guys, and I'm really excited about going to Barcelona as well.
All right, cool. Well, the podcast is still on hiatus, but it's a great time to catch up, get started. A couple of really fun episodes lately, including one on game integrity. Everybody loves to find out how we go after cheaters in the game. So there's an excellent episode a couple of weeks back based on that. Also, recently we did the man with the golden arm, which I thought was a slot machine thing. But nope, it's about a poker dealer with a heroin addiction, played by Frank Sinatra. I'm going to be gone for a couple of weeks. I'll be at EPT Nottingham. I'll be in Edinburgh. And then James and Maria and I will all be in Barcelona. But the Sunday Million itself will be back next week. Same bat time, same bat channel. Until then, for James Hardigan and Maria Ho, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.